Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine. Gadadhara Shivashwati Gura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare
This morning you get here to Melaka.
Morning. Early morning.
Swami Prakash. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Maria, Hare Rama, Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
பூஜை முடிஞ்சுதான்
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
ஃபுட்டு கொடுங்க வரேன்.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama.
Young one only drink milk and
Everybody please circulate around the cows, Haribo.
ரொம்ப ஒரேடியாக கொடுத்துட்டா அப்புறம் இதாக இருக்குது.
ஆமாம் ஆமாம் ரொம்ப கொடுத்துருக்காங்க வயிறு பண்ணி நமக்கு இது எல்லாம் இறக்கிட்டாங்க.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
கப்பு இருக்கு
Krishna,
மகாராஜ் மகாராஜ் போடும்போது கை கழுவி வைத்தான்.
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Vasudevaya.
Om Namo Bhagavate 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 Vasudevaya.
Narayanam Namaskrityam
Narayanam Namaskrityam
Naram Chaiva Narottamam
Naram Chaiva Narottamam
Devim Sarasatim Vyasam
Devim Sarasatim Vyasam
Tato Jayamudhiraya
Tato Jayamudhiraya
Nastaprayeshu Bhavadreshu
Nastaprayeshu Bhavadreshu
Nityam Bhagavata Sevaya
Nityam Bhagavata Sevaya
Bhagavati Uttama Shloke
Bhagavati Uttama Shloke
Bhakti Bhavati Naishtaki
Bhakti Bhavati Naishtaki.
We're reading Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 3, Chapter 1, Sloka number 10. Yadopahuto Bhavanam Pravishto Mantraya Krishna Kila Purvajena Utaha Tan Mantradrisham Variyan Yan Mantrino Vaidurikam Vadanti Yadopahuto Bhavanam Pravishto Mantraya Prishta Kila Purvajena Atahatan Mantra Drisham Varyam Yan Mantrino Vaidurhikam Vadanti Yadopahuto Bhavanam Pravishto Mantraya Prishta Kila Purvajena Atahatan Mantra Prisham Variyan Yan Mantrino Vaidurikam Vadanti
Yadopahuto Bhavanam Pravishto Mantraya Prishta Kila Purvajena Ahatan Mantra Drisham Variyan Yan Mantrino Vaidurikam Vadanti
Yadopahuto Bhavanam Pravishto Mantraya Prashta Kila Purvajena Atahatan Mantra Drusam Variyan Yan Mantrino Vaidurikam Vadanti
Yadopahuto Bhavanam Pravishto Mantraya Prishta Kila Purvajena Atahatan Mantra Drisham Variyan Mantro Vaidurikam Vadanti
यदोपहूतो भवनं प्रविष्टो मन्त्राय पृष्टः किल पूर्वजेन आह तन्मन्त्रदृशं वरीयान् यन्मन्त्रिणो वैदुरिकं वदन्ति
Manages.
यदोपहूतो भवनां प्रविष्टो मन्त्राय पृष्टा किल पूर्वजेन तथा तन्मन्त्रदृशं वरीयान् यन्मन्त्रिणो वैदुरिकं वदन्ति
यदोपहूतो भवनां प्रविष्टो मन्त्राय पृष्टा किल पूर्वजेन तन्मन्त्रदृशं वरीयान् यन्मन्त्रिणो वैदुरिकं वदन्ति यदोपहूतो भवनां प्रविष्टो मन्त्राय पृष्टा किल पूर्वजेन तन्मन्त्रदृशमभ्यं यन्मन्त्रिणो वैदुरिकं वदन्ति
Yada.
When
Upahita was called by Bhavanam, the palace. Pravishta entered Mantraya for consultation. Prishta passed by Kila of course. Purvajena by the elder brother. Ata thus. Aha said touch that mantra advice Drisham just suitable Variyan excellent Yat that which Mantrina the ministers of state are expert politicians. Vaidurikam instructions by Madura. Vadanti do they say. Translation and purport by Srila Prabhupada. When Vidura was invited by his elder brother Dhritarashtra for consultation, he entered the house and gave instructions which were exactly to the point. His advice is well known, and instructions by Vidura are approved by expert ministers of state. Political suggestions by Vidura are known as expert, just as in modern times, Pandita Chanakya is considered the authority in good counsel in both political and moral instructions. Om Jnana-timirandasya Jnana-Shalakaya Chakshurmilitam Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Kada Mayam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijanasahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Pada Sahatananda He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Deenabandhu Jagapate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namaste Radha Kanchana Gauranga Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Krishnavanu Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vanchakalpatayascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Paritanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharini Nirvishesha Bhavani Asatya Desharini Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So we're hearing about the situation in the palace in Hastinapur. Vidura has been invited to give some advice to Dhritarashtra in their home, in their palace. And Vidur is brother of Dhritarashtra. You could say he's the younger brother. Dhritarashtra was the eldest of the three brothers. Pandu, the second, and then Vidur. All conceived by the semen of Vyasadeva. Now, Vidur is not a Brahmana. Usually in the Vedic culture, the kings would have an assembly of Brahmanas to advise them. But it was understood that Vidura was very saintly. Of course, Vidura is Yamaraj. Yamaraj has come. He was cursed, but it was a blessing for him that he could come and have some relief from his tedious occupation. You know, to be Yamaraj, not a very pleasant task. You have to punish a lot of sinful people. So he was cursed by Manduka Muni, and it was a blessing for him. But at the same time, it was a struggle because he was, first of all, the son of a Sudra woman. So being brought up in the palace, he was not equal to his brothers. Pandu and Dhritarashtra, they were conceived in the womb of royal ladies. But Vidura was conceived in the womb of a Sudra woman. So he did not have the same status. But at the same time, he was respected because of his purity and because of his honesty and his morality. He was given the respect of all the people in the palace. Certainly in a palace there would be a lot of intrigues and a lot of corruption and sense gratification, different people all plying to take advantage of their position for their sense gratification. But Vidura was a pure-hearted person. He did not have any very powerful material desires, and therefore he was respected by everyone in the palace. And when there were issues to be solved, then his advice would be consulted. Of course, although his advice was heard, it was not always taken. And that is maybe more frustrating than anything, to be in that condition where you're asked for advice. And although you give good advice, and everyone knows it's a proper advice, a proper thing to do, but still people don't follow. So this is a situation which is being described here. Traditionally in the Vedic culture, there would be people who were brahmanas who would give advice. Vidura, as I said, was not a brahmana, but he was not brahmana by birth, but by his activities, by his character and qualities. He was as good as a brahmana. Lord Krishna established the social system as described in the Bhagavad Gita. Chatur Vida Bhajantimam Gyatan Chatur Vida Bhajantimam Chatur Vidamaya Guna Karma Vibhagasha, right? By guna and karma. According to Krishna said, I have created this system of Vana and ashrams according to guna and karma, according to qualities and work, not janma, but by guna and karma. So Vidura was a brahmana in the sense that by guna and karma he was like that. And that's why he was respected. So the tradition was that the kings would always respect the brahmanas, and they would be happy to hear from them and take their advice. However, Dhritarashtra, although he had some respect for Vidura, he was more influenced by his son, unfortunately. And that was the problem for Dhritarashtra. Too much attachment to his own son. However, Vidura was doing his duty. He was asked to speak, and he spoke the truth as it was. He spoke according to the facts. So people do not always like to hear the truth. Sometimes the truth is very painful for us. But Srila Prabhupada said, it is the duty of the devotee to speak. In the Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna describes that we should try to speak words which are pleasing. If we want to cultivate the mode of goodness, that is, we should speak words which are pleasing. However, Srila Prabhupada said when it comes to preaching, then we're not required to follow that etiquette. There's a saying in Sanskrit, Satyam Bruyat, Priyam Bruyat. Satyam Bruyat, that when we speak, we should speak in such a way that it is pleasing and at the same time truthful. So Srila Prabhupada quoted this when he was dealing with Srimati Morariji, the lady who had given him the passage on the ship to go to America. Because what happened was the devotees who were printing Back to Godhead had printed an excerpt from the Chaitanya Charitamrita. And they printed the excerpt from the Chaitanya Charitamrita describing how Lord Chaitanya corrected Baba Acharya. Now Baba Acharya is known as Mahaprabhu, and he is the head of the founder of the Pushti Marg. And Pushti Marg is very prominent in Bombay and Gujarat. There are many followers of Pushti Marg. They worship Krishna, but it's a different sampradaya. They're taking care, they're in charge of the worship of Srinathji. You can go to Nathdwara, which is on the edge of Rajasthan and Gujarat, and the deity is there of Srinathji. So this deity of Srinathji, very popular. Many people go there and worship, especially the Gujarati people, people from Bombay. Actually, Prabhupada said, he said, that deity belongs to us. He said it belongs to the Gaudiya Vaishnavas. It was found by Madhavendra Puri. The deity of Srinathji was found by Madhavendra Puri on Govardhan Hill. And it was worshipped there for some time. But at some point, the worship was given to the sons of Balabhacharya. Balabhacharya was a contemporary of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And Balabhacharya was a devotee and a Sanskrit scholar. And he wrote also commentary on Srimad Bhagavatam. So he was a very saintly person. But when he met Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he was very attracted and very impressed with the exalted nature of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. You can read in the Chaitanya Charitamrita how the two met. One place they met was at Prayagraj, and you know where the Ganges meets the Yamuna. Lord Chaitanya was there, and he met with Balabhacharya. Balabhacharya had a house just near Prayag, and he met Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And Lord Chaitanya was in ecstasy because when he saw the water of the Yamuna, he was reminded of Lord Krishna. And he thought the Yamuna is the same color as Lord Krishna. And at some point even Lord Chaitanya dived into the Yamuna. So Balabhacharya was greatly impressed to see the exalted level of consciousness of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And the two were friends. They were friends. Later on, Balabhacharya wrote his commentary on Srimad Bhagavatam, and he brought it to Jagannath Puri, and he was saying that my commentary is better than the Swami, better than Sridhar Swami. Sridhar Swami was the original commentator on Srimad Bhagavatam. And Balabhacharya had written his commentary, and he came there and he said, my commentary is better than the Swami's commentary. So Lord Chaitanya pointed out to him, he said that is like a prostitute, because the word Swami can also mean husband, you see. So you think you're better than your husband, that is not good, that is not proper thing to say. You shouldn't try to surpass your husband, Swami. And in this way Lord Chaitanya was correcting the statement of Balabhacharya. And Prabhupada points out that a disciple should never try to surpass the previous Acharya. So Balabhacharya was making some mistake there in etiquette, that he was surpassing the previous Acharya, the original Acharya, in commenting on Srimad Bhagavatam. So this whole section is described in Chaitanya Charitamrita, and it was published in Back to Godhead. So we have many Pushti Marg people who are life members. And in India, they would often send the Back to Godhead magazine to the life members. So some life members got the Back to Godhead, and some of them read it. and they did not like it because they were followers of Balabacharya. Balabacharya was Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to them. They called him Mahaprabhu. And they did not like it, and what happened was they went to Srimati Morariji, the lady who sent Prabhupada to America, and they said, look, you sent this man to America. Look what he's teaching. And so Srimati Morariji was quite shocked because Prabhupada had personally cultivated the relationship with this lady. She was a very staunch devotee of Lord Krishna, and she's also Pushti Marg, a follower of Balabacharya. And Prabhupada was writing Srimad Bhagavatam at the time, and he needed funds to print the first canto. So he knew her name, and he knew about her, so he went to see her, and he was able to impress her. She was impressed with Prabhupada, and she donated for the printing of the first canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam. And then later on, then Prabhupada got her to send him to America on one of her ships. So when she was approached by these other people, these life members of ISKCON, and they were saying, look what this man is teaching. So she wrote to Prabhupada about this and inquired that why is it like this? You're publishing like this in the Back to Godhead magazine? So Srila Prabhupada wrote back to her, and he quoted this saying, Satyam Bruyat Priyam Bruyat. And Prabhupada apologized. He said, I have to apologize on behalf of my disciples. They have not learned the etiquette that when they speak the truth, they should make it pleasing. He said they had, and Prabhupada quoted in Sanskrit, Satyam Bruyat Priyam Bruyat. And then Prabhupada went on and explained to her, he said actually when Lord Chaitanya said this to Balabacharya, it was said in a joking way. It was not a criticism. It was said, and he explained to her that Lord Chaitanya and Balabacharya were actually friends. And they had a friendly relationship. And in this way, Prabhupada somewhat pacified Srimati Morariji. So this is one example of politics. That even in spiritual life, there can often be politics and dealings between devotees. There can be politics. We have to be very careful, very conscious, not to allow Kali to enter into our midst and pollute our consciousness. If we start to argue with each other, then that is the influence of the age of Kali. We're allowing Kali to enter into our association. We want to... Jai Maharaj, welcome. So we I just want to bring out the point that we want to be conscious, not to become involved in politics, in arguing and quarreling, because it easily happens in the Kali Yuga, and especially in your home also. You know, you want to keep the peace at home. You want to live peacefully. And that way you will all be happier. Nowadays, you know, in Prabhupada's time, we were ashram based. My godbrother Bhakti Vikas Swami has been speaking about how ISKCON has changed over the years. Yes, certainly, it's changed, and you have to expect change. We have to expect things will change. So, in Prabhupada's time we were ashram based. Janananda Maharaj and I were young men in our 20s. And we were living in the ashram. The devotees were all living in the ashram. And we supported the ashram by Sankirtan and book distribution. Today, things are a bit different. We don't have many people living in the ashram. It would be nice to have more people live in the ashram. But unfortunately, people grow up, people get a bit older, they get married. You get married, you have to have your own home, and so it becomes. And our movement has developed like that. The devotees are more based in the home rather than in the ashram. So we have devotees, more devotees, and I hope they're happier devotees as well. But we have more devotees, and they're living at home. They're not living in the ashram. But still, Krishna consciousness is going on. You go to the home of devotees, and they're worshipping Krishna. They have a nice altar. Jaipadaka Swami sometimes will do a Zoom, and he'll visit his home, the home of all of his disciples, and he'll say to them, "Show me your altar." And each devotee will show their altar and how they've decorated their altar. And Jaipadaka Swami will give his appreciation or some comment. And so nowadays it's like that. You know, we show people, oh, here's our altar, we have our temple here. But everyone else, you have your home, and you have your altar at home, and you're worshipping Krishna there. So things have changed, but still Krishna is there. Krishna is in the center. And that is very important for us, that we want to keep Krishna always in the center of all of our activities. So long as Krishna is in the center, then our movement is healthy and the devotees are progressing in their spiritual life. But if money becomes in the center, our economic problems, our economic issues, or our children's education, if these things are put in the center more than Krishna, then it's not very good for us. Of course, these things are also important. You have to have money, your children have to have education. Other things are also required, but we cannot forget Krishna. We must always keep Krishna there. The spiritual aspect of life has to be there in our own life. If our spiritual practice is forgotten just for the material purposes, then we will run into problems. As soon as we forget Krishna, immediately the Maya is there, right? Krishna, Surya, Kama, Maya, Maya, Antika. So wherever there is Krishna, there is light. And wherever there is no Krishna, then the darkness is there. So we want to encourage all of you to keep your Krishna consciousness, keep your homes Krishna conscious, and stay strong in your spiritual practice. And that way you'll overcome all the difficulties. Janananda Maharaj, tell him. Thank you, Maharaj.
Why are you late?
I remember more than 20 years ago, Changnanda Maharaj was telling me there's this nice brahmachari in Malaysia. He said, whenever he gives lectures, he'll break into songs. I was hearing about you even before I ever came to Malaysia.
Yesterday I spoke to Jananda Maharaj. The first meeting with Jananda Maharaj, he took me to for Sankirtan in KL, and he told me to come in time, come back in time. So I was a little bit late. Maharaj said, "You're an idiot."
Hasn't changed.
Would you like to say something on the verse, Maharaj?
Say something. I think you have a schedule here. I don't know whether you.
No, we're running 1 hour late. It's okay.
Spontaneous. But we're fortunate and privileged to be here today. We found out maybe a few days ago that today Maharaj was here and he was honoring his Vyasa Puja. We thought, I guess, time later on to talk more on that, I suppose. And on today's verse, as Krishna Maharaj has so nicely shared, very practical, personal aspect of the verse which we read today. It's about Dhritarashtra calling Vidura for consultation. Dhritarashtra already he rejected even Krishna's counsel. So what can I say other than what Maharaj has already reiterated or expressed to us? Thinking in terms of the point of politics, which is an underlying factor of this whole topic of the intrigue which takes place even amongst family members sometimes. We have, even amongst us, the intrigue takes place, even amongst some family members here in Malaysia, so everywhere. As Maharaj said, it's the influence of Kali Yuga. Politics is held as a dirty word in most cases. We use it in a rather derogatory way, although in terms of its actual essential definition, politics is you could say, the mechanism to enact a policy. And Prabhupada has given us that policy to follow materially. We may have so many different, let's say, responsibilities, different occupations, conditioned differently, we see things differently. The real counsel, the real politics is that which brings us to see things with Krishna in the center of Maharaj, emphasizing for the devotees, especially those who are living at home. As we already heard a little bit how this movement has changed in its dynamics, not in its purpose, not in its essential objective, but in its, let's say, organizational structure in terms of the devotees, almost exclusively in most countries. Not in India so much. In India we have, as you may know, thousands of brahmacharis. In the ashrams, some of the ashrams have 200 to 300 brahmacharis. We used to have here in Malaysia at the peak around 20 to 30 brahmacharis in the late 80s and early 90s, and that's when Maharaj came in. During that period of time, even BVV Swami Maharaj, who he was preaching a lot in Bangladesh and then in India. But he asked if he could send brahmacharis here to Malaysia for training. Quite something. BVV Maharaj was world renowned for his staunch spiritual practices and his training. Brahmacharya handbook and Brahmacharya and Krishna consciousness handbook. This was before he published that book, and some of that was based upon his experience. He was here in Malaysia a lot in the 80s, some of you remember. I think Baho, he was quite active here on and off over a period of years. He was a little, I'll just tell you something funny, and it has nothing to do with the verse, but it's something to do with what Mukunda Maharaj said about our first meeting. I came here at the very beginning of 1984 to Malaysia, and BVV Maharaj was on his way out. He was basically told, in England they say, on your bike, Jimmy. He wasn't Swami then. He was Brahmachari, and he was too heavy. We were talking about Priyam Brewer, Sachin Priyam Brewer earlier on. He was too heavy. And you remember? I mean, relatively speaking, he was normal, but for the situation here, he was too heavy. After gone through a lot of turmoil, many of you, probably all of you, I don't know any of you know much about that era, but in 1983 there was a complete, we could say, shake-up of the politics, administration here. And we have a GBC body which we're supposed to consult to try to give good guidance and so on. So it was clearly obvious that the GBC who was managing here was not in line with many of the policies Prabhupada set in motion. So he was removed. It created quite a turmoil. You may have been not around, I don't know if you were. In that area, BVV Maharaj was here then, and was a rock in the sense. Jayapataka Maharaj. I was speaking this morning to Radharaja's wife, Sudevi, Sudevi. I was speaking to her this morning. She was one. Most of us don't know. They were really heroes during that period of time. The devotees were staying in their house, and Ravi Loshan and Tattvavid and their families. They were like they kept, and of course the beloved Vrindavan Chandra and his wife. They were like kept the movement going here in Malaysia. Islam. There were hundreds of devotees still following the previous GBC Guru, and it was quite a battlefield. It wasn't an easy situation, to say the least. So Prabhu Vishnu Prabhu, who had become a little involved here in Malaysia, came along, and he became the regional secretary. In those days we called it regional secretary under Jayapataka Maharaj's inspiration. Balaram Maharaj was here when I first came, and it was really, there were very few. There was just a handful of us really staying in the temple, and back to the Kashmir was he was allowed to go. So he invited me in because I was known as a bit more gentle. I was called the gentle fanatic. Contrary to what perhaps experience I had. If he didn't match with a cash match, he probably would have been running through your life. I don't know, but he was quite strong. But I was also asked to get on your bike, Jimmy, after about 3 months. I used the word karmi in a class, and that was one word too many. We couldn't even say karmi in those days in the congregation. It was considered to be a derogatory term, amazingly enough. But anyway, Krishna has his plans to move us all around. He has his policy. He's the expert politician, if you want to put it that. Perfect policy. We try to follow his policy like and so no matter what our differences. Politics means to help everybody to find their place in society. It's not just controlling people, it's actually allowing people to be what we have been given by God. The Varnashram system is not like boxing people into positions and forcing them to act according to one's will. It's a scientific arrangement to accommodate the individuality of the living entities. And it's Daivi Varnashram. First to put the objective goal of the structure is, of course, to surrender to Krishna, to become Krishna conscious. So it's a lot easier if a person is situated according to their Varna and ashram. And that is the real business of a Kshatriya, to do that, to facilitate people, not to control them, not to exploit them, but to actually assist them in their swadharma, both material and spiritual, in their occupational responsibilities. This movement started really from, as you know, from what can we say, Varna Shankar. Prabhupada started in New York, and what can we say, everyone who came to Prabhupada, seriously speaking, was hardly following Varna Shram. They were following a path of sense gratification, extremely. And Prabhupada, somehow or another, by his purity, by his devotion, his Krishna consciousness, was able to inspire and transform the lives of millions of people. Now we see here in this country, when, as I said, about half a dozen devotees were there in the temple when I came. Balaram Maharaj left shortly after. Bhakti Vijayendra Maharaj was there, Vrindavan, Chandra was still working. He joined full-time shortly after, more or less. He was living at home and coming. But there was not more than half a dozen of us living in the temple, and that was it. Just a few devotees in BN, and one or two ISKCON devotees scattered around. Not more than 12 to 20 serious ISKCON devotees. And now we see in Malaysia, I don't know how many, thousands of devotees. And what is the next stage? That'll be interesting. It's gone through that phase. We had a swing. Rupa Sindhu came in, and he was part of the latter part of that swing. Singeshwar, Sri Garanga, Siddhi Sadhana, Masaprayana, Deva Deva, Loka Swami, and so many others, Sevananda, were in the first wave, Rasaraj, and so many ladies from the congregation also were part of that swing, Kamalakar, and others were part of that era. And now we seem to be an era now moving forward in a different way. What do you think the next stage is, Mukunda Maharaj? You're preaching here. I'm only a visitor here. I can't speak.
I think most of the Malaysians in Malaysia were ready for sannyas.
Ready for sannyas?
And one of those, many of them
are you ready for sannyas? Your wife is ready? Where is she? There she is, hiding over there behind her hand. Are you ready? Oh, forget to stop. Carry on.
Now we have got many wonderful sites in Malaysia. Many of them do not know which directions to move in Krishna consciousness. Yeah. I'm going to give my honest opinion today, because today is Narasimha Maharaj appearance day. I felt that, everything has to be according to the path of Dharma. So we have got today plenty of Vanaprastha in Malaysia. Practically, they do not know what the next thing they should do in their life.
Panchaswarva Pranam project. They're supposed to give up the family life, give up the house and go to the forest after 50 years of age.
So, like those days when we joined, BVV Narasimha Maharaj was the backbone of the organization in Malaysia. Practically, I joined because of the pressure and pushes by BVV Narasimha Maharaj. Every time I come to the temple, he will call me to his room. He said, "Oh, no, what's your name and what you are doing?" The moment I said about my job, he will say, "It's Maya." And the moment he said, "Come and join the organization," I said, "I got to do something for my parents." He said, "Oh, Maya." The two things Maharaj has, said that, always in my mind is that every moment when he speaks something, he quotes Prabhupada, he says Prabhupada, 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 and the next thing he will say Maya, Maya, Maya.
Everything that wasn't Prabhupada was Maya.
No, wasn't Prabhupada, wasn't Maya.
No, everything that was not Prabhupada was Maya.
That's right. So then Maharaj really wanted us to join full time and contribute to Prabhupada movement just by his purity and his part of principle of dharma he followed very strictly. We are inspired to join the organization. And today all these kind of words what Maharaj have told us may become an abuse in the organization. And lot of Grihastha, I see the Grihastha themselves, many have to do a great job with their own children. Because many of our Grihastha children in Malaysia not yet participating in our organization. Many are not coming to the temple, many are not chanting. We have got a very handful of devotee children really contributing to the progress of the organization. Sometimes felt it could be like, we could make like, they got rules in Thailand and Myanmar where every of their citizens should join the monastery for at least for 2 years after their education. At least I thought, if our children, if they can get some sort of that kind of, opportunity to come and stay in the temple at least for 6 months, and they see the austerity the others are contributing, and that will inspire them, because when they go and stay in the monastery, even today we go to Thailand or Myanmar, very hardly any people are converting to Christianity or Islam, because they've got that strong foundation of their philosophy and their practices. So I felt like the Vanaprastha, I made lots of them. They found, today they're free, they do not know what to do. Some of them try to go and get another job. Some drive Grab, some go and get a security job. It's not their lack of money, but they do not know what to do in their life. And many Vanaprastha, they're very busy taking care of their grandchildren. And they and philosophically they go and preach to the people how to become detached. So it makes very difficult in our organization, for us to preach anything very purely, because our own elders are not showing that kind of commitment and austerity in the organization. So from a very difficult stage in our preaching in Malaysia from 1980s, today we have come to the very comfortable zone. So we are many trying to preach like Acharya, but when it comes to Acharya, to practice what we speak, very difficult to see, because the organization now in Malaysia, is made up 99% are made up of a Grihastha. In our time it was mainly a brahmachari. So I think any changes to come in Malaysia has to begin with the Grihastha community. And today even the Grihastha, they feel that brahmachari ashram is a joke. They don't encourage their children to go and stay in the temple or do anything. Because they found that many brahmacharis who have joined, they got married and then they took up Grihastha ashram. But the one thing they don't realize that many who have joined the organization as a brahmachari, later they become a Grihastha, and many have got a very good and strong foundation in their Krishna consciousness. So I feel that to do anything in our organization, we need a great commitment and contribution from our Grihasthas and Vanaprasthas, especially in Malaysia, because lots of devotees are retiring, they're becoming a Vanaprastha. And they contribute so much. The other day I was talking to one of the Vanaprastha and he was giving some idea. I said, idea anybody can give. But the important thing is that 30-40 years they have been working with at the social order. They've been holding some great position, very highly educated, and they worked in that environment for 30-40 years. I mean, they got so much of experience. Maybe the Vanaprasthas are very angry with me. So I feel they have got a lot of experience, a lot of wisdom in their life. When they were holding that position and they were working for themselves, they were contributing for the people of outside. But today when they retired, they got all this experience and wisdom. Yes, they are holding it inside, but not contributed for the upliftment and progress of the organization. I feel all of them should come forward and try to help grow our organization. And things are not going very well with the political situation and economic situation in this country. So we have to educate our own people how to take care. Even today it's not about trying to go and save the people from outside. It's already about saving our own family and children in Krishna consciousness. Become a bigger challenges. So with this thing, I'm also very happy that Maharaj, all of you coming and contributing your services, your contribution for Malaysian Yatra. Definitely it will make a lot of changes. Because generally Prabhupada says he brought the white elephant to India. So we need more white elephant from Britain.
Britain,
Yeah, Britain.
Scotland.
Scotland.
Scottish people.
Yeah. And we also need a lot of sannyasi in Malaysia. And I felt a lot of Vanaprastha also, some of them are very qualified to take sannyas. And among the brahmachari like Siva Chaitanya and Kripa Sindhu, Mahavara, there are very good brahmacharis, can contribute so much for the organization. I think we should encourage them. And also there should be a lot of gurus in Malaysia. And especially there has to be a lot of local gurus, because they can go around, like last time when Bhakti Vrajendra Maharaj going around. So people felt, he is one of their family members, he was very fatherly and he advises them. And then from him we have learned a lot of detachment and austerity. I felt, for the organization to grow more bigger and spread, wide in Malaysia, we have to have a lot of sannyas, we have to have a lot of gurus, and we have to have a lot of wonderful Grihasthas. Definitely the organization will flourish in Malaysia. A very challenging time, like Maharaj says, a Kali Yuga. Things are going to be worse in time to come. Before those things come, we should be prepared and we should be ready to counteract whatever negative influences are coming into our life. So with this thing, I would like to thank Maharaj for coming here, and Jananda Maharaj comes here. And today somebody told me today, he said, yesterday asked me, he's also from Australia, he said, is Jananda Maharaj around here? I said, yeah, he's a great joker.
You're really careful what you say.
Yeah, Maharaj, what to do, there's a reality happening in the world. You're very nice.
I'll forgive you.
This is a year of forgiveness, so I'll forgive you again. It's definitely just a quick follow-on. Thank you, Maria. Interesting points. I would say two, and I can say more maybe. 2 points there, which you just comment on. One is Vanaprastha. It's something which is not so clearly defined in our movement. Maybe the other ashramas are a little bit more easy to ascertain their position. But the Vanaprastha ashram in many ways is the most essential ashram in our society in many ways. It didn't exist before, it's only a recent last decade or two it's become a reality. And traditionally, it is the Vanaprasthas who are the leaders in society spiritually. Initiation is given by Vanaprasthas, Gurukuls are run by Vanaprasthas. Tradition. It's a big subject. Now if you want to find out a little bit more, we actually, I don't know if you ever saw it, I compiled a manual on Vanaprastha 23 years ago. And that is still available. And now, in consultation with Jayadvaita Maharaj, he's put the Vanaprastha ashram manual into printed form. So right now it's just manuscript form. So that may be coming to print shortly. That will give you a little bit of an inspiration, I think, and a little direction. Of course, it's time, place, and circumstance. Every individual is different. But the principles are the same, how to move forward, how to actually not just retirement. It's not retirement in a sense, it's actually expanding our devotional responsibility in a way which is effective, guiding the younger devotees. And the other point is what Maharaj said about giving initiation and having local gurus. Whether this is the next phase in our movement, many of us think it is. I'm also on that page. So let us see. But that would be very interesting and another, let's say, revolutionary stage in our movement. And I think perhaps Bhakti Mukunda Maharaj would be one of them on that list.
Nobody wants to take initiation from me.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. But it's a fact. I mean, not only because of logistics that those like ourselves are getting a little ancient in age, and it's not going to be long before you will not see any direct disciples of Srila Prabhupada present on this planet. We want everyone to be a Siksha disciple. Policy. But as far as the continuation of the necessary process of Diksha, that is a subject which, let's see what Krishna's plan and policy on that will be. We have to be open. Krishna can empower the devotees to do what you may think is impossible. This movement is really an impossible, this is impossible, what has happened. The transformation that has taken place in the world. One person, Srila Prabhupada, going alone with no support. Samanti Maharaj, we heard about, was a sympathizer, not like a follower, a supporter in any way. Other than that, Prabhupada had really no backing, no support anywhere, even from his own godbrothers, to speak of people in general. But still, Krishna's will through Srila Prabhupada, and you can see what a miracle is taking place. Here in Malaysia, it's also miraculous, although there's still a long way to go, that there are thousands and thousands of devotees in this country. We all need training. Training never stops. Being guided, just like Vidura is a guide, whether you accept it or not. In fact, Krishna Maharaj is one of the heroes. He's one of the best examples and guides in our movement. There's one who is following Prabhupada's example. He's guided by example as well as by words. Mukunda Maharaj also here in Malaysia wants to establish training. I don't know exactly what direction or area, but the principle we need that guidance. We need it. At every stage, it's not like, oh, I've been in the movement 30 years, I know it all. It never comes to that. And as you say, I don't know if you know better than I, that many of the senior devotees who come to the retired stage of life, 60, 65 years, 70 years old age, are wondering what to do. So obviously they need some guidance, need some direction. So this is a major thing in this country, and probably in many other places too. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. His Holiness Bhakti Vignash Nrsimha Maharaj ki jai. His Holiness Bhakti Vignash Nrsimha Maharaj ki jai.
His Holiness Janananda Goswami Maharaj ki jai. His Holiness Bhakti Vignash Maharaj
Jai.
Prasadam ki jai. Go any more than 1 hour overtime, right? We're already 1 hour.
You are 1 hour overtime.
So prasadam is available for everyone. We'll stop here. Everyone take some prasadam.
But we still follow the principle of the disciples fast. I know many things have been dropped over the years, you know, so many things. So many. My take on it also is where there are ashrams and temples, it's like the heart of the spiritual pulse, and they should be respected, highly respected. The temple is not a social club. The temple is not a political center. The temple is a place where you come to get recharged. And those in the temple should be in that spirit. They shouldn't be running around trying to make money. They shouldn't be running around trying to keep it going. They should be studying Prabhupada's books carefully and disseminating that knowledge when they're ready to others. It should be a spiritual haven. That's my perspective of the temple. Temples will be few, far between in terms of structure. They will be in every home. But as far as buildings, you know, there's other things will be required. Social events, educational institutions, economic development amongst the world. So many other aspects of the movement need to be developed. The temple should be, not that everything has to be done from the temple. The temple is the Brahminical heart of society. It should be very Brahminical. Everything else is equally important, but it should be in its rightful place. And farms, whatever it is, businesses, organization of social structures, etc. needs to be done also. The temple is the Brahminical head of society, Brahman, Sannyas, Brahmanas. So the Brahmacharis ideally would be there studying, training, teaching, preaching, going out on Sankirtan. We hardly see anyone in this country doing book distribution. It's embarrassing. It's hard to one or two devotees here and there and a festival here and there. But I have a brahmachari here. Stand up. Where is he? Eknath? Is he still with us? Or is he left? Gone, sorry. He's very tall, you can't miss him. He is so frustrated he can't find one devotee anywhere to go on Sankirtan with him. He's so frustrated. He doesn't know what to do. He's eating like an elephant right now to fill his time up. He doesn't know what else to do. That's not the business of a brahmachari, is to go out and, just do books. That's what they should be doing. Studying the books and distributing the books. They're not here to run around doing left, right and center. They do that also. But that's the opportunity for the Grihastas. Come forward. Do that. Especially the Vanaprasthas. Ideal time for puja, for preaching, for whatever. That's the right time of life. Brahmachari students. Most of them will get married and should get married. But they're students. They should be acting like that under the Guru, so to speak. Guru. But that principle is there. And the temple should be like, you come here, you become inspired. There's no gossip in the temple, please. There's no mobile phones going off in the temple either. Right? We turn it off. Don't let it go off. Huh?
Burn it off or turn it off?
Burn it off. Hand it in, you can confiscate them. Raise some money for the temple. Anyway, we would, it'd be wonderful if the brahmacharis, it could be such a facility where brahmacharis could actually have that opportunity, I think so. Instead of having to manage temples, run around doing left, right, and center, trying to keep the show on the road. They've got more important business to do, studying scriptures and becoming, leaders, spiritual leaders in the world today. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Hare Krishna. We welcome all of you and sorry, sitting for too long. Maharaj would like to invite you to breakfast in the conference room, and for all devotees, you are invited for breakfast down. The Vyasa Puja celebrations will start at 10:30 sharp, so please order your prasadam as soon as possible. And
You mean tonight or this morning?
This morning.
10 is after 10.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Since I can't take sannyas yet, but I'm offering my services, been doing that. I do Bhakti Shastri class in Tamil with the blessings from my Guru Maharaj, His Holiness Jayapataka Maharaj, and also Zoom Gurukul. Both in Zoom. So anybody interested in letting your child join during these holidays, as well as every Saturday, Sunday. Every Saturday and Sunday, 7 o'clock in the morning. Tomorrow is my next class. Tomorrow morning, 7 o'clock. If you give me your telephone number, you'll join me.
To the back to Shastri.
Yeah, they are coming. They are great. I know I have children who are waiting for me half an hour. I start at 7 o'clock. So I do both in Tamil and English. The Bhakti Shastri class is 100% Tamil, but those who are interested can read Tamil and English, please join me. Okay? And it's a reading class. That means I did one class with 22 older students. We did complete reading from page to page, front page to back page. Okay, all read and then did their requirements, slokas, and also assignments. Not as serious as the Mayapur Institute per se, but with their blessings and with my Guru Maharaj blessing. And there are some here who have done with me. Can put up your hand, those who followed the last batch. But I'm more interested, as we see, in Gurukul. Children are sitting at home, okay, in the holidays. So I would like to I have students up to university, joins my Gurukul. Okay, I have one student who's three sisters from 4, from 5, and university joining in. I'll teach all the basic requirements in your daily spiritual life, plus Brahma Samhita and Sikshastaka and so many others, plus moral values. Thank you.
Haribo!
Hare Krishna.
Haribo!
So you are left with 25 minutes for prasadam. Maharaj. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namade Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Prajani Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Pashati Deja Dharini Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Gaur Bhakti Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare. Such an auspicious day. Everyone is bedecked with garlands. It looks like all of us are in Hawaii today. Right, there is,
Everyone except for you.
The smell of plastic.
those are celestial lotus flowers. So on behalf of the management and congregation of the Krishna Balaram Mandir, we warmly welcome all of you to the 75th Vyasa Puja celebrations of His Holiness Bhakti Vignavinash Narasimha Maharaj. And before we commence today's proceedings, we'd like to thank Srila Gurudev for giving us an opportunity to glorify Srila Prabhupada and the Guru Parampara through this Vyasa Puja. Thank you, Guru Maharaj. And we are very, very fortunate to be assembled here today. And our fortune has actually increased many folds due to the presence of His Holiness Janananda Goswami Maharaj ki and His Holiness Bhakti Mukunda Maharaj ki. Really amazing, right? So some housekeeping announcement before we start today's program. Today's program is envisaged to go on until about 2 p.m. So please make yourself comfortable, right? If you need some prasadam to go with your medication, you can always go outside. If you need a washroom break, the washrooms are just on the peripheral wall over here. And all phones on silent mode, please, because you heard what Bhakti Mukunda Maharaj said. You either switch them off or we burn them off. Right? Okay. Without much ado, I'd like to call upon our temple president, Nagin Prabhu, to say a few words. Nagin Prabhu.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Good morning to His Holiness Srila Bhakti Vignavinash Narasimha Maharaj, His Holiness Janananda Goswami Maharaj, His Holiness Bhakti Mukunda Swami Maharaj, and their venerated disciples, ISKCON Temple Presidents, my fellow devotees, and all congregation members of the Krishna Balaram Indian Arts and Cultural Society. We would like to thank His Holiness for allowing for the hosting of Vyasa Puja for the second time here in Melaka. And we would also like to thank our devotees in nations such as Singapore, Thailand, China, India, Malaysia, and all over the world. Our well-wishers and also members of the congregations for aiding in the development of this blessed day. I would like to take this moment to speak about the many things Krishna Balaram Indian Arts and Culture Society done. Ever since I formally took over as the president of the Krishna Balaram Indian Arts and Culture Society on the 1st of July in 2023, we have accomplished many feats in an attempt to spread the glories of Lord Krishna all over Melaka. We successfully hosted the Damodara Puja in 17 Tamil schools, 1 polytechnics, and also 40 homes and temples, making a combined 58 locations where we have offered up to 5,000 ghee lamps and distributed fresh prasadam for up to 5,000 people. We also hosted the Gita Jayanti, which coincides with the distribution of up to 249 copies of Bhagavad Gita to the Melaka Tamil School to spread the word of Krishna. We have also started 4 classes for the Bhagavad Gita with 2 of them being to be temples and while the other 2 in Tamil schools. Lastly, we have hosted Harinam and book distribution across major festivals in temples in Melaka. As for 2023, we have initiated 25 devotees in Melaka Yatra and 4 people have completed the Bhakti Sastri course. His Holiness Mukunda Das, His Holiness Swayam Prakash Das, His Holiness Damayanti Devi Dasi, and also His Holiness Vani Sujata Mataji. 2 devotees are still progressing in the course. One is myself and also my wife Vijaya. Regarding the Bhakti Vaibhava course, 2 devotees are currently going through the course. His Holiness Mukunda Das, His Holiness Damayanti Devi Dasi. We highly encourage more devotees to join this course to achieve spiritual enlightenment and develop the stronger bond of the Krishna, Lord Krishna. This year we pledge His Holiness to complete multiple feats for the year 2024 in the attempt of further our circle of influence within the state. I would like to speak of the progress we have made so far in our missions to fulfill our pledge. On the 1st January and recently on the 9th February, we hosted 2 Sri Jagannath Rath Yatra in Melaka and we currently aspire to host 2 more within the state by year end. We have successfully hosted 5 Harinams with 19 of them still pending. Of the 1,200 copies of Bhagavad Gita that we have pledged to distribute, we have successfully distributed 269 copies. We also hope to launch Bhagavad Gita classes in 6 more locations, having successfully done so far 4 locations. Lastly, we have arranged for the shelter and initiation up to 21 devotees. We set to arrange another 79 more devotees by this year end. Our objective or pledge towards His Holiness is to increase the reach of Krishna consciousness to the greater public, to introduce Krishna's messages in His glories to more people, and also enhance our existing relationship with our devotees. We believe that with the goals, we will be able to spread the goodwill of Lord Krishna and His divine grace is the Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada's teachings to those who seek enlightenment and freedom from the material desires. As part of our vision to do better than before, we kindly request His Holiness Srila BVV Narasimha Maharaj to involve in a 3rd Vyasa Puja hosted in Melaka next year. We also would like to invite His Holiness, disciples and devotees to come along as well. We aspire to make the 3rd Vyasa Puja in a day of a much larger scale, much like a convention, where we can host ideally about up to 1,000 devotees in the Melaka International Trade Center, MIDC Melaka. I would like to end my speech with once again an expression of gratitude towards His Holiness Srila BVV Narasimha Maharaj and His Holiness Jananda Goswami Maharaj, His Holiness Bhakti Mukunda Swami Maharaj for gracing with us to the presence in this year's Vyasa Puja. I would also like to extend my apologies to His Holiness his disciples and also a few fellow devotees for any shortfalls and inconvenience that may have occurred during this event day. We aspire to improve on our mistakes today so that we can make the next year far better than ever. Hare Krishna. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madhin Prabhu. I would now like to request Kumar Prabhuji to please come to the stage. Say a few words.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. I just want to take a moment to reflect upon, how we started this whole vision of building this place. I was not in Hare Krishna consciousness. When I was a gentleman held my hand, Kirtan was going on, he pulled me out, and he said, "We are going to build this place." So I was wondering what I'm going to do. So the thing was it fell on me, and I started. I was doing a corporate, job in a corporate Fortune 500 company. So when he told me that he wanted to build, it seems to me very simple. I could do it. So I started rolling out the plan. So if you see here, this is how normally in a corporate we have a graphical representation of how we want to move towards a project. So it says our journey, congregation is organized in the basis of Bhagavad Gita. That is the principle of how we could move. And then it gives here, it's like a bud, right? It blooms. That means where we started, where we want to be. We were very cheap that building this place. We are supposed to build a 5-story building on the side for accommodation. Remember, Prabhupada always emphasized that you must have accommodation for the devotees. So we acquired the land, but we have some technical glitches with the government, so therefore it's on hold. Now, moving forward, we wanted to have maybe 10 acres. I brought Maharaj to look at the 10 acres. A lot of our brahmanas, when they get old, where do they go? There must be a place for them to stay. And towards the end of the life, at least you have, continuously spreading your consciousness. We can bring all our children over there and have them, inculcate into them the consciousness. So that is the function of the kind of one. So we got two offers. One is 5 acre, another one is 10 acre. The 5 acres, 1.5 million. So we are trying to look at that, whether we can make that work, right? And Jananda Maharaj was talking about something earlier. What is why is the state of our consciousness is not moving fast enough or better enough? In my experience, when we started this place, I didn't know anything about consciousness. Okay, I went to Simneswara, and Prabhu Vishnu Maharaj came here, and I was short of almost 500,000, right? So I was begging him for a loan, interest-free loan or minimum interest loan. He said, no. So I didn't know where to go. So, and only thing I knew was Gita was there. this is the point I want to make across to you. Whatever Krishna said in the Gita, it is real and it happened to me, right? You look at chapter 9, verse 22. What did he say there? He said, for somebody who is thinking of me always, I'll preserve what you have and I'll provide what you lack. So I went to him and spoke in front of the deity. I said, you put me into 6 months, this building was not moving at all. Right? And you know what happened? A miracle happened. A couple came in front and they asked, why are you, nobody's working on this? I said, I got no money. And this couple, the wife was making, nudging him on the side. And I thought, there it goes in my mind, cruel mind. Right? Actually, the wife is telling, give. And this man came forward and gave me 250,000. He is no other than Nagin Prabhu today. He is president. So, what I'm saying is, this is not one miracle. I've seen many miracles. I've gone and we went and booked a World Trade Center, Gaurav Purnima, right? And I didn't know how many people. I was banging on, our ISKCON devotees to come. I sent feelers all over, and I waited. And then you know what happened? This place is a very classy place, and there wasn't, our Guru Maharaj approached him. He was in Mayapur, involved in some classes or something. And the only visiting Guru Maharaj was His Holiness Chaitanya, Bhakti Chaitanya Maharaj, right? He was around. He was a huge man. So, and the program starts during Mangala. Can you imagine? And I'm taking him in the car. My heart was pumping, boom, boom, boom. Because I don't know whether the crowd is going to be there. All I said was, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, I organized this for you. And we have a life-size, Gauri there. So, what happened was, the moment I went in there, I was going up the escalator with him, and you know what happened? The hall was almost 3/4 full of people. Mangalarti, not our ISKCON devotees. Most of them are first-time devotees, are not devotees at all. So see the power of the Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Because I was really worried. I was taking him to the escalator, up the escalator, and I was going towards the door. I was like, I'm going to faint like that. I don't know what's going to be. Maybe a few people only standing there, but it was 3/4 full. So the miracle, what I'm saying is, whatever you are reading, there are 700 verses there. Everyone carries a potency. Okay? Not only that, we faced several challenges. I met TK Prabhu in Jagannath Mandir, and he was practically telling me that, I have this big congregation in China, and I want to do a workshop, I can't do. I said, why can't you do? I said, come to Melaka, we will do it for you. And you know from how many countries they came? 11 countries. And the ceremony was opened by the minister himself. And the best part of it all is, getting working with the police. Police thought I'm having a communist gathering here. So I had 4 special branch officers I had to talk to give them all the photocopy of all the passports. And you know what? Every place I brought them, the special branch followed us. They stayed here for 3 days. After that, they thought this place is no fun anymore. They went back. So what I'm trying to tell you is, there's a lot of things all of you can do. Maharaj is bringing the entire parampara with him. That's a potency. So all of us, most of us are, married, okay, and we should engage them. So what I did was, I brought special professionals made up of, I got Mr. Guna, where are you? Yes, stand up please. So what I did was, I brought, he's the Assistant Commissioner of Police. Please come in and join our group. Okay? I brought a doctor. I brought a lawyer. So what I brought all these are all competent people in certain fields in that. So we need to engage them. Don't say they are karmis. We all were karmis, right? We all were karmis. So what we need to do is engage people who have high competency in our mission. If you don't do that, Prabhupada did that. So if you don't do that, what is going to happen is you're going to run in a closed circuit among yourself. So you got to open up, you got to bring in competency. That is how Nagin Prabhu, he's a CEO of a company, right? Now he's a president. So what I'm trying to tell you is, we got a wonderful scripture, okay? Like Guru Maharaj said, you look at the bubble here. You are always, all the human activities are covered in the bubble. You see, we talk about deity worship, Mukunda is leading it. Okay, we talk about strategic management, I lead the strategic management. We have prasadam management. I got a guy who doesn't know how to cook, right? He led the thing. Today he's one of the best cooks, Narasimha Das. All you guys have your prasadam. Then we have deity worship. One thing we need to understand, every Indian house has an altar in the house, correct? Why don't we, in a mass scale, teach them how to do deity worship, the correct method? How do you offer prasadam? Don't worry about, what deity they are taking for, but teach them the process. Eventually they will come. When they start offering prasadam, Krishna will enter into their house. Take this as a challenge and do it. Like you're distributing book. Who said we cannot distribute? In 2 weeks we distribute 1,000 Bhagavad Gita. There is no such thing as you can't do. It's your heart. If you believe this is not, consciousness is not for faint people, faint heart. Prabhupada was so strong, he can go anywhere himself. If he can do, all of us can do. Can or not? Tell me, can or not? Hey, don't have voice. Yeah, thank you very much. Please go out there and make it happen. That is why I told Nagin Prabhu, homage means not talking about flowery words. What is your commitment when Maharaj is meeting in his 76th Vyasa Puja? They have put there, I want to read Bhagavad Gita and preach, or I'm going to read Bhagavatam, or I'm going to, you know what my personal commitment is? I often hear Chinese cannot get into consciousness. Is it true? No. Maharaj brings a drove of them here. Why in Malaysia 30% are Chinese? Why are we not working on them? Play simple convenience, right? And my commitment, Maharaj, to you is, this year I've had full house, Chinese, going through Bhagavad Gita class. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Gopkumar Prabhuji, for the very inspiring speech. Housekeeping announcement. Owner of MYBI WC2551K, kindly remove your vehicle, otherwise the traffic police will be coming and towing it away. And for those of you who have parked your cars in the vegetable market next door, please note that it's not the market for holy names. It's going to be closed in the next 10 minutes. Okay. Right, so the moment all of us have been waiting for, we will request Guru Maharaj to share his Vyasa Puja.
Om Jnanatimaram Dasya Jnananjana Salakaya Chaturvedikamena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah Shri Chaitanya Manobishtam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Katamayam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yatha Padakamalam Shri Guru Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Rajatam Sahagana Raghunatam Vitam Tam Sajevam Sadvaitam Savadutam Bharjana Saitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padam Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakanitamscha Hey Krishna Karuna Sindhu Deenabandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namastute Tapta Kanchana Purani Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vishwamanusde Devi Pranamami Haripriye Vanchakalpatarubhyasya Kripa Sindhu Vaevasya Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavani Paschatya Desatarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasati Gaura Bhakta-vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. So hearing Gopkumar Prabhu speak about the history behind this temple, I'm reminded about my own history coming to Malaysia. I did not come to Malaysia as early as His Holiness Jananda Maharaj or Bhakti Vikas Swami Maharaj. I was later. It must have been about 2000 before I came here. So what happened was I was in China, of course. In China, there was some problem in the stability of the country. At one point, and it was in the time, it was some time ago, it was just before the turn of the century, before the turn of the millennium. Anyway, there was an uprising in China. The students were revolting, and the government had a crackdown on them. And when they cracked down on the students, they cracked down on the whole situation all over China. At one point, previously, it looked like China was opening up, becoming like the Western world. But then they cracked down, which is not uncommon. It's a common phenomenon which takes place there. They will open up for some time and then they crack down. So there was a crackdown, and it became very difficult to be there. And it was at that time I was thinking where to go and preach. And so I got the inspiration to come to Malaysia, because I know there's a good percentage of Chinese people here. Adhikatri Prabhu is one of the famous Chinese devotees here in Malaysia. And so I thought it'd be nice to go to Malaysia and spend some time there preaching. So it's about the turn of the century, it was about 2000. Initially, before that, I'd always been in Hong Kong, Taiwan, and mainland China. But then the political situation just got so difficult that I had to think of finding some new areas to go and try to preach Krishna consciousness. And Tamal Krishna Maharaj had given me the instruction that I should dedicate myself to trying to cultivate the Chinese people. And because he knew I'd learned something of the language, not perfect, but something. And so he encouraged me to use it. So I thought if I come over to Malaysia, I'd have an opportunity to try to cultivate some of the Chinese people here. And at one point, Singeshwara Prabhu, at that time he was the regional secretary. Is he still regional secretary? Yeah. So he put me in charge of Chinese preaching in Malaysia. But then later on, we had Trivikram Prabhu, he became full-time devotee, so that gave him much more involvement, and I think Trivikram Prabhu is the right person for that status today. He's certainly doing more than me, cultivating the Chinese congregation. But as Prabhu pointed out, as Goptamar pointed out, the Chinese people represent about 30% of the population here in Malaysia, whereas the Indian percentage is about 8%. Yeah? So it's, if we just preach to the Indian people, we have a limited field. But if we reach out more to other people, we have a much bigger preaching field. And we always speak about outreach preaching, reaching out, going out and extending ourselves to meet new people, to go in new areas and try to cultivate people. I was in Singapore recently and they had a program. We have one Chinese lady there in Singapore, and she teaches yoga, and she arranges some programs once a week or once a month where we meet new people who have no connection with Krishna consciousness. And we meet them in an environment which is not a temple. We meet them usually in a yoga studio. And I had the opportunity to talk to them, and it was very nice. They were very receptive. And certainly there's a lot of scope for that kind of cultivation. And similarly, in countries like China, we don't have any temples there. People often ask me, how many temples have we got there? I say, no temple, 0 temple. but there aren't devotees. There's a good number of devotees. Not a lot. I mean, you have 1 billion people. You know, the population of China is so huge. We're a very small percentage. But Srila Prabhupada gave the example. Srila Prabhupada came to Hong Kong and he saw how Barijan Prabhu and his wife were staying in Hong Kong initially, and they made one Hong Kong man, Chinese-bodied man, a devotee. And Prabhupada was very pleased. And Prabhupada said, he said, just like if you have a forest, you may have a big forest of trees. If there is one sandalwood tree in the forest, then the whole forest has a nice smell, has that aroma of sandalwood goes through the whole forest. So he said, one Chinese devotee, he said, makes the whole Chinese race glorious. So Prabhupada was encouraging Barijan Prabhu that, you know, that he was telling Barijan how pleased he was to see Chinese people take up Krishna consciousness. And Prabhupada told him, send them to Mayapur. And of course, they did that, and the devotee went to Mayapur, and Prabhupada would then say to the God brothers, when his God brothers from the Gaudiya Math would come, he would say, look, the Chinese are also joining. You know, there was one man. But he said, even the Chinese are coming, you know. So that the God brothers were, you know, they were impressed. So certainly Prabhupada liked us to go everywhere and to preach, because that is Lord Chaitanya's mission. Priti Viti Achiyat Nagar Adigram Sakatra Prachar Haibe Morana. That we should go to Nagar Adigram, every town and village. Sometimes we think, oh, it's just a village, I'm not going to go there. But villages also, you can get a lot of devotees. If you make the whole village Krishna conscious, it's wonderful. We want to have Krishna conscious villages everywhere. And Prabhupada named the farm Gita Nagari, the farm where everybody sings the songs of Krishna. So we want to think how to distribute Krishna consciousness. In Srimad Bhagavatam, you have Sukadeva Goswami offering prayers. If you've studied the second canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, Sukadeva Goswami was asked to describe the process of creation. So before he began to describe it, he first of all offered prayers. And one of the prayers is very important to us, often quoted by Prabhupada. Kirita Punandra Pulinda Pokasha Abira Shimba Yavana Kashadaya Yadyecha Papa Yadapashraya Shraya Sujanti Tasmai Prabha Vishnave Namaha. Sukadeva Goswami is listing different races around the surface of the planet. And he begins Kirita. Prabhupada said Kirita means Africans. So Prabhupada sent Brahmananda to Africa. Brahmananda was one of the first devotees to join Srila Prabhupada in New York. Brahmananda was a very strong, big-bodied man. American, white, and very big and powerful. So Prabhupada told him, you go to Africa. Sent him to Africa. And he preached there. But when Prabhupada went to see his preaching, you know, first of all he went to Kenya, he was in Nairobi. So Prabhupada went there, and Prabhupada said, you're only preaching to the Hindus. He said, I sent you to Africa You're supposed to preach to the Africans. You're only preaching to the Hindus. You're living very nicely, you have a nice temple, and the Gujarati people, the many Gujaratis there, they come and they're very pious, and the temple has no difficulties, supported very easily. But he said, what about the Africans? I sent you to preach to the Africans. And so then they arranged a program for Prabhupada. They took Prabhupada into the African areas, and Prabhupada went and preached. Of course, the Indian people, they ran away. You know, but Prabhupada was showing by his example that he wanted us to go everywhere to distribute Krishna consciousness. Not to consider who is qualified and who is not. It is said, when Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came, well, first of all, when Lord Krishna appeared, he brought with him a storehouse of love of God. But the content was sealed. How to get the content? You have to surrender to Krishna to get that. So the contents was kept sealed. It was a big storehouse, but the contents was locked. So then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came along with the Panchatattva, and they broke open the storehouse. And they plundered all the contents. Just like sometimes they have a coup. You know, sometimes there's a coup. The people break everything. They break, you know, all the shopkeepers try to lock up their stores and everything. But when there's a coup, the people, there's no law and order. The people break into everything and they find everything. You get one. There was a coup one time in Kenya. It happened like that. So the people, they had their safe, they had everything locked, they thought it was safe, but the people broke everything. They got everything. So the Panchatattva, they plundered the storehouse of love of God, and they didn't keep it for themselves. They distributed it to everyone without any discrimination. Young men, old men, women and children, everyone got the mercy of the Panchatattva. They distributed this love of God very freely. So we are meant to follow. We have in Mayapur Panchatattva. We are worshipping Panchatattva. Sometimes I hear even people chant Jaya Panchatattva. They're singing Panchatattva. But we should follow the mood of the Panchatattva and distribute Krishna consciousness freely to everyone without discrimination. Of course, here in this country, there has to be some discrimination. We know there are laws about who you can preach to and who you cannot, and who you can give books to and who you cannot. So we have to have some consideration for these principles. We're careful. We do want to preserve the society, that we have a standing here in this country, and the country is very liberal. They give us the opportunity to perform Rathi Yatras in so many cities. As we just heard this morning, here in Melaka, already 2 Rathi Yatras. And there's plans for 2 more this year. So the government has been very liberal to the Krishna consciousness movement. Although, of course, this is an Islamic country, predominantly Islamic, but still, the government, they see that our society follow the laws. We're respectful to their different laws, and they give us facilities to practice our religion, and they even give us facilities to have our festivals, which are very special, street festivals. We don't see too many Christian street festivals, or even among the Islamic people we don't see street festivals. They're quite conservative about the practice of their faith. But Krishna consciousness, especially the Gaudiya Vaishnavas, we like to go out and we like to create some atmosphere. We like to generate some enthusiasm and awaken people to their spiritual journey. Help them to understand that they're all spiritual beings and they do have some responsibility to understand how to make proper use of the human life. Right? If we just simply live in the body, eat and sleep, mate and defend, then we're just two-legged animals. Dvipada Pashu. Human life is not meant for just eating and sleeping, but it's meant for self-realization. We have to practice self-realization. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has taught us the easiest process by chanting the holy name. And the most powerful process in chanting the holy name is by Sankirtan. So we have some of our great generals of Sankirtan are here with me today. They're really my inspiration. How they chant and dance, how they propagate the holy name. Bhakti Makunda Maharaj is especially expert in building temples and opening temples. He went with Krishna Prabhu. Prabhupada wanted temples, there should be centers. We were hearing this morning, we were reading from the Prabhupada's instructions, Prabhupada's letters, and Prabhupada was saying, go and make temples. And so Bhakti Makunda Maharaj went with Kripasindhu Prabhu, and they went to the other side of Malaysia, to Kuching, and they've established a nice center there. And then Bhakti Makunda Maharaj come back to Malaysia, and he went to, what's it called? Mentakap. Yeah, Mentakap. And he made a center in Mentakap. And now he went to Seremban, and he saw the conditions in the center there were not so healthy. There were a lot of devotees, but the temple itself was not in a very attractive area, and he thought how to improve it. And now he's just recently constructed and opened a new center in Spring Hill, just near to Port Dickson. And so that this is inspirational to be able to open more nice centers for Krishna consciousness. Yeah, we can practice at home. You may say no need for the temple, but it's much more powerful when we have a center, when we have some place where we can meet with other devotees and we can be together and practice with them. The strength of association is so important. To come together, to be with devotees, the kirtan, the Krishna conscious katha is much richer when we're in the association of devotees. So we do need these centers. And it may take some time, but gradually we will see more and more people come. Just like Janananda Goswami Maharaj was telling us this morning, how they were about 20 devotees initially in the 1980s in Malaysia. And now there are thousands of devotees. How did it happen? Because the devotees were here. They make a center. They have programs. People start to come. We have festivals. We celebrate festivals. Initially, people in Malaysia only knew Shiva prayers. They only knew Shiva mantras. But now, by the grace of the Krishna consciousness movement, more and more people know the Bhagavad Gita. Our Gita Gyan program has been so successful. Thousands of people have taken part in the Gita Gyan, learning the main topics from the Bhagavad Gita. And it's still going on. Regular classes online to people all over Malaysia. Jatnanda Maharaj was here in Malaysia for some time, and then he traveled other places. In the recent times, he is based in countries like France. In France, the preaching had declined, almost stopped. But Jatnanda Maharaj went back to Paris, he went back to France, and he was able to get them to reprint the Srimad Bhagavatam in French. It had gone out of print. Practically nobody even knew there's a Bhagavatam in French. But Maharaj found out about it and he got it printed, and he got devotees going everywhere distributing it. The devotees even in Switzerland have a set of the Bhagavatam from France. So there are countries like France, parts of Switzerland, they need the books in the local language. Just like you like to get your Tamil books. Many of you read the Tamil book. You don't read the English, you prefer to read the Tamil. The education here in Malaysia is more Malaysia Bahasa. Not so much English. English is not a very prominent language here. Malaysian Bahasa, and then Chinese will speak the Chinese language, and the Indian people will speak Tamil. English is not much used here, but still for international purposes, it's important. So similarly, Maharaj is encouraging book distribution, and he's brought many people. He's developed the temple. They have a big temple there in New Mayapur. It's an old building with a big land. Now I know myself from the UK. In London we have Bhaktivedanta Manor, and it looks very nice in pictures. But if you have to go there, and if you have to maintain it, then you have a big headache. Because it's an old building, and there are many laws about what you can do and what you can't do. It's very difficult. You cannot move one tree. You cannot cut one branch from a tree. There's so many laws which they have. And you cannot change the drainage pipes. The drainage pipes are all cast iron. You cannot put PVC. So many problems. So similarly, Maharaj in New Mayapur, the New Mayapur building, it's an older building. And they look nice, but they're very hard to maintain. Very difficult. These are some of the problems which are going on in our preaching work. It's nice to expand the Krishna consciousness movement, but at the same time, we have to maintain what is already put up. Here in Melaka, Makunda Prabhu stays here. He's the pujari. He stays alone. Hare Krishna. So Makunda Prabhu, he stays here, he's the pujari. You can see he's got a lot of deities on the altar. Actually, the Jagannath deities are not permanent here. The Jagannath deities were brought recently for Rath Yatra. But maintaining temples is the biggest challenge. To maintain the temples, the devotees, many devotees. How many people initiated here in Melaka? Nagan Prabhu, you said how? 25 people initiated. But how many people come and offer arti? Very few. People get the initiation. Do they come and do service? Sometimes. Maybe once a week. This become the program. As we said this morning, before, in Prabhupada's time, everyone lived in the ashram and everyone was a full-time devotee. Now, congregation and the ashram, very few people. But the congregation, they come. But we would say, in America, they call them weekend warriors. Weekend means they go for Sankirtan on the weekend, maybe for a few hours on Saturday or something like that. Weekend warriors, they're not full-time engaged. They have their job. They have a family. They have to work. They have to maintain their families naturally. So it's expected that these things will happen. But we want you to understand the challenges in building temples. Now, here in Malaysia, Paramananda Prabhu was speaking this morning about Bahau. So I was in Bahau a few weeks ago. We did the groundbreaking ceremony. A land has been donated, and Paramananda Prabhu wants to put up a nice place there for the worship, to develop the worship. They already have one center, but it's declined over the years. That area is not so nice, and it would certainly be beneficial if they could move to a new place. But it's a lot of work. It's not the work of just one person. You may be lucky, like Gopkumar Prabhu was telling this morning. He prayed to the deity, and then somebody came along and gave 250,000. So that kind of thing doesn't happen every time. Right? We could all go and pray, you know, but still we may not get what we want. So we have to be careful about how we progress. I was just in Johor, and Nam Sankirtan Prabhu there, a disciple of Bhakti Charu Swami, he is also ambitious to develop a property there in Johor. We have actually 4 centers in Johor now. But they're all weekend centers. I mean, during the week, there's nobody there. You know? You go to the center during the week, nobody there. They'll say, come back on Saturday. So, anyway, Nam Sankirtan Prabhu is very ambitious, and he has plans. He's located one land, and he's hopeful to secure that land. And then he's also hopeful that he will get permission to build an actual temple, right? Maharaj, well, we'll keep quiet about that, right? But anyway, he's ambitious to do something. This is happening. And we expect in the future more and more people will come, and they will want to do something for Krishna. I was in India, and I went to Hyderabad, and they have a new center in Hyderabad. A new center. There's another center, it's in a suburb of Hyderabad. And I said, what happened? How did this temple come about? They said, oh, one man was coming to the temple and he asked, can I do some service? Is there any way I can help the temple? And so another devotee was there, and the devotee said to him, would you like to build the temple? He said, all right. And he did. He built a beautiful temple. And it's a beautiful place with 3 big altars with big deities as well as small deities. They've got big marble deities as well as the small Utsava deities. And it's a big temple with a restaurant, and it's got an elevator inside to take you up and down the stairs. Ooh, y'all want to go there, right? He wants to go, yeah.
The person who wants to know his contact number. The person the Prabhu wants his contact number.
Okay. Anyway, these things are going on in ISKCON. More and more people are coming forward to engage in service. But what's lacking? The manpower. It's not so much the financial resources which are the problem. The problem is more the manpower. You know, it's easy for people to give some money today, right? People have money today. Everybody's got cars and things like that. And they give money. But we want you to give your life. We don't want your money. When we used to go and make life members, we would always tell people, we don't want your money, Mr. Agarwal. We don't want your. We want you. We want you. Come out. Get out from behind that desk. We want you to come with us and go for preaching. I'll just give you a check. They don't want to do that. It's much easier for them to sign a check. How much do you want? You know, just go. Leave me alone. You know. But we want to encourage all of you that you should think how you could dedicate yourself more fully to Krishna. How you could give what's left of your life to use it for the service of Krishna. And in this way, you can die peacefully. If you don't, then you won't be peaceful. So, these are some points for you to consider. Maybe we'll ask Jananda. Really? How are we doing on the schedule?
They're very organized here. They're keeping right to the schedule already. We're ahead of time, I think. They gave us 1 hour each. So I'll speak backwards if that helps your time schedule. Well, you've got to give us some idea. Now, normally at these events, you give the speakers a kind of like a time limit. There's usually someone sat in front of you, you know.
It's called a day of Brahma. Day of Brahma.
Huh?
A day of Brahma.
Day of Brahma. So be realistic. Come on, say, I was told 5 minutes.
That's right.
What does that mean?
5 minutes would be nice.
5 minutes would be nice.
Anything more would be
10 minutes would be nicer.
Nicer, that's right.
10 o'clock. I'm sure many disciples and well-wishers have a desire to offer their heart words for Maharaj on this occasion of His Holiness Bhakti Vignash Sri Maharaj's 75th 75th Vyasa Puja ceremony. Well, he's had 75 ceremonies. It's not Vyasa Puja one. But it's a wonderful time. It's a kind of a crossroads, huh? 75. The last quarter of life. Is it 100? No thanks, he said. Om Jnanatimandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurtajnanena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Kapitam Yena Bhutale Mayam Rupavada Mayam Dadati Svaparantikam. That would be the 5 minutes over. That would be enough. Well, what can I say? Maharaj may not remember this, but I'll just tell one or two, not many. It's time is short anyway. But Maharaj joined the temple in London. He joined it in London. He joined the temple there in 71, Bury Place in London. Early days, moved have been there 1 or 2 years. One of the early devotees. And I came to the temple in London first time in September 1971. Maharaj was already there. Krishna Prabhu, initiated by Srila Prabhupada. 71 you were initiated? Just initiated when I got there, I believe. And when I went to the temple, it was there were several, I would say, attractive features which were very contagious. One of those was the incredible enthusiasm of the devotees. Another one of those was the teamwork, working together. Something which I've seen as perhaps evolved, maybe in a different way. It's a lot more kind of, this is my service, I don't do that service. But then everyone was doing everything. Everyone cleaned, everyone came for class, everyone was living in the temple. It was easier. But the principle was there. The devotees were willing to do anything. Your beloved Vijendra Kumar Bhakti Vijendrananda Maharaj was a living example of somebody who would do any service day or night. Many times you would find him at 11 o'clock at night washing all the pots. I was a temple commander for quite a while. He would engage me. But when I first came to the temple, the first thing that happened was prasadam. Prasadam was extraordinary. And devotees, maybe not today, but devotees like Singeshwar, Lokaswami, Sri Gauranga, Siddhi Sadhana, Sevananda, and others will all attest to the fact that the prasadam was different. It was very different. They couldn't relate to it, coming from Tamil backgrounds first. But after a while, it became out of this world, and it really attracted them. Something very difficult. Sweet rice, which was divine, cooked for 12 hours. Gulaps made 3 days before the feast. And all porridge, all kinds of extraordinary preparation. Even the rice was a feast unto itself. Nothing less than pushpan rice for the feast. Not the usual fare for Malaysia. This movement is a revolution. Baba said this is a revolution. We're not here just to continue our, whatever, tradition as such, our materialistic lifestyle with a little veneer of spirituality. is a real revolution. It's a change of consciousness. Instead of seeing ourselves or our own upbringing in the center, we're seeing Krishna in the center and what he wants, and how it will change the hearts of others around us. Times change, you have to live with the times. Live with times that are with thee, and progress thee shall call. But it had an amazing effect, and when I first came, the Sunday feast was absolutely out of this world. Pushpan rice, Mahabrinchu, everything cooked. We would start Monday preparing for the Sunday feast. Planning how to please Krishna, how to please the devotees, how to attract people with the weapon of prasada. So powerful. Well, that was my first experience with the amazing effects of prasada. Nobody really spoke to me except for saying, would you like to come on Sankirtan? And I did. I went with them on Harinam, but that's the story which would take us 5 hours, not 5 minutes. The first devotee who actually preached to me, and Maharaj may not know this, but it was Bhushinga. He probably doesn't remember it. I think you were the treasurer at that time. You were in the office. You were treasurer, weren't you? Yeah, I didn't want to say that. He's kind of embarrassed. He whispered there, the infamous treasurer. Probably the most infamous treasurer the London Temple ever knew. But he was known. Well, with the Scottish, let's say, from a Scottish background descent, Scottish people are tendency, they're very strict with money. Very tight is the rather more appropriate word. So he was a very tight treasurer. But I have to thank him because he actually didn't preach long. I was holding back from joining the temple. It's unusual in those days. It took me 6 months to finally make the move, but I purposely did that because I wanted to make sure this was what I wanted to do. But aside from that, I was holding on, like many of us youngsters in those days, to music, especially the modern, those days modern, not now, music at the time, which was captivating our senses, no doubt. And I was just wondering, wait a minute, it seems like these Hare Krishnas don't listen to rock music. It seems they don't go to parties. Doesn't look like they smoke marijuana. How am I going to get my satisfaction? I like chanting Hare Krishna, I love the prasadam. And the devotees are nice, and I like service. But there's still something a little more. I couldn't quite, fill that gap. So Maharaj opened the Bhagavad Gita. I was sitting, I went up, somehow I ended up in the office. He was in the treasurer's office. And he opened up the Bhagavad Gita and said, hey, listen to this. He opened up on the 2nd chapter. I may be wrong, it's 44 or 45. Yavan Arta Upanesa Sampadoga. Famous verse in the 2nd chapter. All purposes served by a small pond or small pond of water are automatically served by a great reservoir. Similarly, one who knows the purpose behind the Vedas is understood. All the purposes of the Vedas are revealed, they're made available. It really clicked with me. There was no purport. We didn't have the full Bhagavad Gita in those days. It was an abridged version, little purple version. And most of the purports were not missing, were not there. But it just struck a chord in my heart. Yes. If we surrender to Krishna, he'll fulfill everything he ever wanted. Not by giving us an object which we think will make us happy, but within the heart. It really convinced me there was no need of anything else but Krishna consciousness. So I have to thank Maharaj for that one. Thank you, Maharaj. Maharaj didn't stay too long. I think he left in about 1973. we were going in different directions, probably at that time. Maybe you were preaching, traveling, I don't know. Then you went to America for some time. The next time I saw Maharaj was in India. Maharaj was always considered very austere, generally speaking. Very regulated, very serious, very austere. And in India, of course, ideal situation in one sense. He would travel around India, preaching, making life members, distributing books. They would travel on trains. They'd have to take the books in cases, in trunks. You know, and that wasn't in the Rajdhani Express first class. Whatever class they could get in. Someone else with great austerity, the heat. You know, it's like traveling on trains, but with huge suitcases and going here and there. It wasn't as comfortable as it is now. He was undergoing that for the pleasure of Prabhupada, to spread this mission. And then later on, he was in the Philippines. Krishna Maharaj asked Maharaj to go to the Philippines for many years. I'm regularly visiting the Philippines, although Maharaj hasn't been for a long time. And wherever we go, people, the older members, they always remember actually National Sringa Maharaj, over Sringa at the time, and how he would come, always so simple, so austere, take the cheapest means of transport, and just whatever Krishna provided, and preach, preach, and preach. And so many people in the country still remember him to this day, and the effect that he had on them. And the movement there, of course, there were other devotees, but especially Maharaj was going around all the other 12,000 islands. He didn't go to all of them, but he went to many of the main islands preaching, sowing the seeds of Krishna consciousness. He'd been a preacher since the very first day of his coming to the movement, and continues to do so. This is life and soul. And this was Prabhupada's mood. Prabhupada did not want to retire. He requested the privilege to die on the battlefield preaching Krishna consciousness. He's an exemplary example of this. What to speak of his preaching in China, one of the most challenging places in the world. So we'd like to thank Maharaj for being what he is and inspiring all of you and many devotees around the world. He's also a teacher as well as a preacher by example, and we wish him a very Krishna conscious appearance day. May he live, I don't want to say this, but we would like to say it. It may need many years to inspire us all more and more and more, but that's between him and Krishna. That's our desire, that he kindly give his association. Every devotee carries a little bit of Srila Prabhupada's unlimited qualities. Maharaj carries many of them in a very exemplary way. Sadhana, preaching, seriousness, sincerity, so many wonderful qualities. Hare Krishna. I think I've gone over time already. Srila Bhakti Vignashna Sringa Maharaj ki jai. Gauda Premanandi. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Hari Bol.
Maharaj says not more than 5 minutes Indian times. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swamini Namini Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharani Nirvisesha Sunyavadi Paschati Desatarani Vanchakalpatrubhyasta Kripasindubhyevacha Paritanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavibhyo Namo Namah. Today I would like to take the opportunity to thank His Holiness Maharaj for kindly being in Malaysia. I think this is the greatest gift devotees in Malaysia could have obtained. When we read this Srimad Bhagavatam, when Sutta Goswami visited the sages in Naimasaranya forest, the sages headed by Saunaka Rishi, he says that Tvanna Sandarito Datra Dustaram Nistitim Satam Kalim Sattvam Arapuntam Karnadara Yuharnam. It's only by the arrangement of the providence that Your Holiness has been visiting us. By your wonderful blessing, we may come out from the onslaught of influence of Kali Yuga. Malaysia definitely benefiting by the arrival, by the wonderful association of His Holiness here. Just like Chaitanya Mahaprabhu told Sanatana Goswami, Bhagavad Gita Bhagavata, Swayambhutam Tambibhu. Mahaprabhu says, you are the very devotees like yourself are the very holy place personified because you carry Krishna in your heart all the time. And by your mercy, you transform everywhere the holy places. So I'm very grateful to Maharaj for coming and setting a very beautiful example. Maharaj is very simple, very pure in his heart, and is very sincere for the Prabhupada movement. The first time I saw Maharaj I think it was in Sabrang Jaya. And Maharaj, I saw Maharaj was going around the garden and pulling out all the weeds in the garden. After that, Maharaj going around collecting all the rubbish in around the temple area. So I asked one of the devotees, Maharaj, enna seiraru? Inda Maharaj vera level. I asked the devotee what Maharaj is doing there. He said, this Maharaj is different level. So Maharaj is very humble. And imagine, we're talking about the Chinese, China preaching. Recently I asked Maharaj how long it took time for Maharaj to learn the Chinese language. So I was eager to see. I was very inspired the way Maharaj speaks Chinese to the Chinese devotee. So I thought within short time maybe I could go and learn and come. So I asked Maharaj how long it took time for you, Maharaj. Maharaj is not 10 years. So I thought maybe I could go for 1 year. Then Maharaj asked Maharaj how long it really took the time to really establish your Chinese preaching. Maharaj said 30 years. I thought I would do it next life. So Maharaj is very humble, very patient for the assisting Prabhupada movement. Maharaj willing to leave his comfort zone and go to a place like China and stay in the midst of non-devotees. And today Maharaj is doing wonderful preaching work among the Chinese devotees. Definitely Prabhupada is very pleased with Maharaj, all these activities. And we are very fortunate that Maharaj and Janananda Maharaj, the Prabhupada disciples, are with us around still in the world so that we can see the mood of Prabhupada through them. And today even Maharaj has set a very high standard on sitting on the Vyasa Puja festival. Maharaj is supposed to sit there and accept the Vyasa Puja offering, but Maharaj refused. Due to his humility, he has refused. And I was thinking, they are Prabhupada disciples, very qualified to sit on the Vyasa San to accept the Vyasa Puja offering, but Maharaj refused. And what we will do is, we become a guru, maybe we have to sit on the floor. So in this way that Maharaj is very wonderful here. And I'm going to dedicate the Bengali song for Maharaj, the song from Saranagati by Bhaktivinoda Thakur, that is begging for the mercy of a Vaishnava to attain Krishna consciousness. That song is in Bengali. So I thought to sing it is Bengali, but both Maharaj, I think they were not able to understand the Bengali. And the audience, majority of them are Chinese and Indians, they also won't be able to understand Bengali. Then I thought to sing it in English, but I'm not very good in my English, so I thought drop the idea. And I thought to do it in Chinese language. I thought I would do it next lifetime. The only thing I thought do it in Tamil. I've translated the Bhaktivinoda song as an audience majority of Tamils, and they may be able to appreciate the present, the contribution and arrival of His Holiness to Malaysia, and definitely the Malaysians, we are very much blessed, because whomever we talk to them, they will say Maharaj is very, 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 very humble. Oe Vaishnava Bhaktare, Karunai Vaindavare, Karunai Yanattu Kunjam Koduthidu. Oe Vaishnava Bhaktare, Karunai Vaindavare, Karunai Yanattu Kunjam Koduthidu. Malapadangalai Vanangugindre, Yennai Tuya Bhaktanakividu. Bhagavanin Bhaktane Karunayinale, Nanum Tuimai Adiliduve. Yelavidamana Natgunangalayom, Invalvinanam Petiduve. Saktiyanakiyalai Nanvaruvanaga, Yevanitulunamam Padida. Saktiyanakku Koduthidu, Nambikaye Valathidu, Nanam Devanai Tudithidu. Krishna Umapuriyava, Sakti Umakiyalakku, Avare Yanakane Koduthidu. Unkinal Varigire, Krishna Krishna Yendu Solli, Krishna Yanakane Koduthidu. Unkinal Varigire, Krishna Krishna Yendu Solli, Krishna Yanakane Koduthidu. Jayo Vaishnava Tattva, Jayo Vaishnava Tattva, Jayo Vaishnava Tattva, Jayo Vaishnava Tattva. Jayo Prabhupada, Jayo Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jayo Prabhupada. So this is a beautiful song by Bhakti Vinod Thakur. He is begging the mercy of a Vaishnava through the association that his life may become purified. By the association of Vaishnavas, he is able to control the 6 passionate things, and is able to control the 6 bad qualities, and able to exhibit the 6 good qualities, and is able to practice the 6 exchange of love. Bhakti Vinod Thakur says he alone find it very difficult to practice his bhakti. He don't have that kind of strength in his life. He is praying to the Vaishnavas that they can give him the strength to practice bhakti very nicely. And finally he says that Krishna belongs to the Vaishnavas, Krishna is yours. I'm running behind you, calling for Krishna, 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 and you have the power to give Krishna to me in this similar way. I'm begging the mercy of all the Prabhupada disciples here, His Holiness Narasimha Maharaj, Janananda Maharaj, to kindly forgive if I've done any offenses. Definitely I've done a lot of offenses, especially Janananda Maharaj here. The first time when I met him, he told me, "You're an idiot." and at that time, I do not really know what idiot means, because, and he's got a British language, because I came back from Sankirtan a bit late, and then lucky I did not really understand what he says, otherwise I would have left long ago. And today I see that's the greatest blessing that Janananda Maharaj has given me, that always you remain humble, meek in your life. That means you should not feel that you're very progressed in your life. That's the mercy of Janananda Maharaj. And Janananda Maharaj always, encouraged me to follow the bhakti very nicely and do the best for Prabhupada movement. Before my sannyas, I had the opportunity to travel with Maharaj. He was my mentor. And then I met him in a different country in Europe. And Maharaj says that, you are too strong, philosophical in your lecture. Maybe the Western white people may be scared to your lecture. I told Maharaj, let me preach to Indians. Maharaj, you preach to the rest. Maharaj is very fatherly, and then he I didn't have the kind of money to travel with him. He paid airfare and everything. And Maharaj is very tolerable, and he is very, very wonderful, because I think he has lived in Malaysia for a long time. He understood the mindset of the Indians here, and together we got Narasimha Maharaj here. And somebody said, they brought a lot of prasadam one time, Mahaprasadam, remnants from Narasimha Maharaj. Then I was very eagerly waiting for Mahaprasadam, and then finally I understood Maharaj doesn't take any curry, any Colombo, Maharaj is always taking the agad as the prasadam. So whenever they say, Maharaj, you are Narasimha Maharaj prasadam, just bring one small piece, So I'm a slave of my senses, but Maharaj is very well controlled. And we are very happy, Maharaj, for being in Malaysia. And we humbly pray to the Lord and Prabhupada that they may give a very good health and long life for both Maharajas here, and they can present, can come to Malaysia very often. Kindly help us to guide us in the spiritual journey. After your departure from the world, we don't have anybody to be connected in the mode of Prabhupada. And thanking you from the bottom of my heart for all your kind association and mercy upon me, Maharaj. His Holiness Bhakti Vidyasama Narasimha Maharaj ki jai. His Holiness Janananda Maharaj ki jai.
His Holiness Bhakti Maharaj ki
Hare Krishna, thank you so very much, His Holiness Janananda Goswami Maharaj and His Holiness Bhakti Bhuganda Swami Maharaj. So we are very fortunate to have the physical presence of Srila Gurudev on the Holy Vyasa Puja, as well as the wonderful presence of his godbrother and His Holiness Bhakti Bhuganda Swami Maharaj. And to hear a few words from Gurudev's good brother and His Holiness Bhuganda Swami Maharaj is the sweetest today. So what we see now is a very beautiful sight. Okay, so we are moving to our next segment. We are welcoming our honorable guests like Temple Presidents, His Grace Kripasiddha Prabhu from Jagannath Mandir Kuala Lumpur, His Grace Siva Chaitanya Prabhu from ISKCON Seberang Jaya, and senior members of ISKCON Malaysia, His Grace Tadawi Prabhu, Her Grace Santi Romataji, and His Grace Sri Vikramadas Prabhu. So we would like to welcome them to say a few words on this auspicious day. So may I have permission to have Mataji's first? So we go, Shakti from Mataji.
Hare Krishna. Om Jnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. So unqualified as I am to speak about Maharaj, I nevertheless stand here for my own purification. So this is a wonderful day today. We have witnessed with very exalted devotees on the stand here, and it has been a great pleasure to associate with them. A very rare opportunity in such a nice setting. Thank you for this wonderful function. So Maharaj, the first time I happened to meet Maharaj was, I think, during early 2000 when Maharaj newly came. I didn't know he was a sannyasi at the time. It was in Batu Caves. We were having Food for Life cooking going on for what is called Kalvi Yatra. We cook for thousands of people, and the cooking session is, it's a makeshift kitchen, very difficult to keep clean, and you have to continuously keep cooking, so that kind of atmosphere. And I just saw somebody with orange robes, doing the cleaning work. I didn't much think about who he is because we were all very much engaged in services. And then only after that I realized, what if this person is constantly cleaning? Then I asked someone, who is this person, who's come here, who's constantly cleaning, because there was a lot of cleaning to do and we couldn't manage with it. And Maharaj was constantly cleaning, and they said, this is a sannyasi. And I was shocked, and I felt so bad about the whole thing, And this is Maharaj. For a short of time, there's so much to speak about Maharaj with all the association all these years. But I'd like to finish with just this importance, how Maharaj is constantly reminding us about the importance of humility in devotional life, and also speaking for my husband actually feels very scared to go anywhere near Maharaj. For the simple reason that if he goes there and pays obeisances to Maharaj, Maharaj will pay obeisances to him. Just for that reason, he will totally avoid Maharaj. I don't know what Maharaj thinks about it all the time, but this is the truth. So with this, I think we are praying to our Lordships, especially on behalf of Sri Jagannath Mandir Kuala Lumpur. I would like to extend our sincere gratitude and thanks for being a great source of inspiration, and even his disciples are very nice disciples who work cooperatively with the management and who render invaluable service to the temple. So at this juncture, we'd like to thank Maharaj for not only his inspiration, but also for the services of his disciples. And we are also praying to their Lordships to shower their mercy and blessings upon Maharaj so that he can lead a long life and keep inspiring us. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Mataji. So next we invite His Grace Kripa Sindhu Prabhu. Few words.
Just like to say a few words about Shantirupa Mataji. She's one of the pillars of the Kuala Lumpur temple, and she's made great sacrifices to help develop the Krishna consciousness movement in Kuala Lumpur. Her and her husband are very strong rocks there in the Kuala Lumpur temple. They've done so much service over the years, it's inconceivable. You cannot imagine how much energy and how much support they put into the Krishna consciousness movement. And we're very much grateful to have devotees like her here.
Her husband Tattvarit Prabhu was our top book distributor in 1984. Especially at Thaipusam, it's probably the first time I worked with them in any way. But going out in Batu Caves with Ravi Lochan, Tattvarit, Bhanu Maharaj, Bhakti Vijendra Maharaj, they're all out there. But especially the householders, they just bring so many books up in the cave. And during black history of these books. So Tattvarit always has had a very strong heart for history and books. Exemplary example. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Om Jnanatimurandasya Gyananjanasalaya Chakshurmritamena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. His Holiness Bhakti Vigna Narasimha Swami Maharaj ki Jai. ISKCON Guru Vrindi ki Jai. Maharaj, with your permissions and the organizers, I would like to read the Vyasa Puja offering from His Holiness Jayapataka Swami Maharaj. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, His Holiness Bhakti Vigna Narasimha Swami Maharaj ki Jai. I heard today is the 75th Vyasa Puja of His Holiness Bhakti Vigna Vinasa Narasimha Maharaj. And the disciples are celebrating in Melaka, Malaysia, where Maharaj is at present. Maharaj is 2 months older than me. Maharaj became a disciple of Srila Prabhupada in London in the early 70s, and he has been dedicated disciple of Srila Prabhupada since then. I'm very fortunate to have his association every year during the Navadvip Mandala Parikram, and also for the past few years he has been joining the safari after Gaur Purnima. He has been a teacher at Mayapur Institute since its beginning. Maharaj is known for his humility. I heard whichever temple he stays, the pujari gets break from the morning arati. I'm grateful to him for guiding many of my disciples as Siksha Guru, especially in Kasha Desh. He has been traveling and preaching in many countries like Malaysia, Thailand, Philippines, Kasha Desh, etc. He is also very fluent in Mandarin. I pray for his good health. Hare Krishna, your servant Jayapataka Swami. As you all know that there's a predictions that Senapati Bhakta will come and spread the message of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. That was none other than Srila Prabhupada. So Prabhupada lives like a legend. That he's a spiritual ambassador from Goloka Vrindavan, came to this world to spread the message. Since Prabhupada left and his precedents, all Srila Prabhupada disciples, such as Bhaktivedanta Narasimha Swami Maharaj, Janana Maharaj, they are the backbone of ISKCON right now for this movement. And I'm very fortunate, many of us fortunate, I'm very fortunate to have the Prabhupada direct disciples still alive in this world. We don't know about the future, how many of our devotees, they may not have their associations, their blessings. So I'm very fortunate to have Malaysia, especially Maharaj, on behalf of the Central Committee members. We would like to thank you, Maharaj, visiting all of our centers, branches, and guiding all the devotees, and especially in Chinese preaching. So we'd like to thank Maharaj, also try to establish something in East Malaysia and Kuching with some ministers and dignitaries and Buddhist society, something we're going to try to do something, develop there. So really thank you, Maharaj, for your blessings. Please keep on guide us, and as our spiritual mentor, as our Siksha Guru, thank you, Maharaj. Hare Krishna. His Holiness Bhaktivedanta Narasimha Swami Maharaj ki jai.
I first met 3% of Prabhu. I remember we were traveling in Malaysia and Lokanath Swami. Lokanath Swami had come and we were traveling, there was a group of us traveling around the centers in Malaysia, and Kripa Sindhu Prabhu was there, and Lokanath Swami remarked, he said to Kripa Sindhu, he said, you make my work very easy. Kripa Sindhu Prabhu was playing Mridanga and leading Kirtan, and Lokanath Swami was appreciating. He said, you make it very easy for me just by your presence. So Kripa Sindhu himself is very wonderful devotee, very dynamic. I was appreciating what Jananda Maharaj said, that you shouldn't be involved so much in management, you should be more in preaching, traveling and preaching. Of course somebody has to manage, so, and he's making that sacrifice, but he's a very wonderful preacher also.
Hare Krishna. Like many devotees in Malaysia, they were, let's say, first contacted in Plum Estate. Kripa Sindhu is one of those, along with Mahavaraha, right back from 84, 85, 86. They were young, little kids, right? Coming, we would go there sometimes and stay overnight, have morning programs. Sometimes they would come and join us, stay in some shed or whatever in Plum Estate. And amazing, absolutely amazing now to see these devotees, Mahavaraha Prabhu, Japataka Maharaj's personal servant, Kripa Sindhu Prabhu was the temple president. Jagannath Mandir, and even Shiva Chaitanya Prabhu, you were from that area. You weren't from that era, but you were from that area, along with your brother. And so many devotees, I think about 30 or 40 devotees from Plymouth State took initiation. And over the period of a decade or something like that. Incredible. I think Krishna's arrangement. And as Maharaj said, wonderful preacher, kirtan leader. Very so nice. Thank you all very much. So I'd like to thank the management here. I don't know who they are, other than we'll put down one or two others. But such a nice arrangement they've made. Very nice facility, ideal, beautiful temple, nice hall, Pro Puja, everything very nice. Thank them very much for the offer and the sincerity and the hard effort to make this event so blissful. Thank you, Hare Krishna.
Our thanks to His Holiness Melaka Maharaj for sending over many kind words, and thanks to His Grace Kripa Prabhu. Next, we will invite Siva Chaitanya Prabhu for a few words.
Hare Krishna. Yes, Lord Holiness, BVV Narasimha Maharaj, all the Maharajas. Please have some basis of those Prabhupada or those to you, Maharaj. So, Maharaj actually, I have no qualification to glorify you, Maharaj. However, I would like to offer my prayers to Sri Radha Krishna Kanaya, Sri Sita Gaurangarai, Sri Jayanapati Subhadra, Ashmati, Srila Prabhupada and glorious acharyas for your good health and continuous preaching. His Holiness Maharaj is an emblem of simplicity and truthfully follow the third verses of Shishashtaka. Tanarapi Sunichara, Tararapi Saisana, Amanina Manadina Kitaya Sadana. So Maharaj will be exemplary for us, especially when you chant. Constantly chant. Mahaprabhu say constantly chant means you have to be humble. And that we can see in Maharaj presence and is shown by example. Maharaj does all the menial services as all devotees mentioned, just like Bhakti Maharaj mentioned that when he stays in the temple, he cleans the temple, he does the weeding of the temple, pulling out the grass, many small services, and this is for the pleasure of Guru and Krishna. So he did it for Prabhupada and he wants to see the temple is clean. So this is what Prabhupada wanted. So this is a Bhagavad Gita. Krishna say, Yad yadachiste satat evatarajanaha saya paramanam kurute lokastat anuvartati. Whatever action is performed by the great man, the common follow in his footsteps. And whatever standard he set, by example, and all the world pursues. So this is my Maharaj mood to establish this. Maharaj is 100% Srila Prabhupada man. Main focus is to preach. Some years ago during Thaipusam, Maharaj joined a book distribution with a team of Kuala Lumpur devotees and myself also am distributing. So book distribution during the, it's not easy task, it's austere, and Maharaj will sleep in the van and wanted to distribute books. That's all. You know, Thaipusam, maybe devotee experienced this, and especially in KL, it's like it's a very tough. A lot of people, but Maharaj take it as a, as a pleasure to distribute, and this is a proper moves, proper man. He distribute tirelessly, and even not even sleep, and it's conducive place for sleep. For Maharaj, he did not care about bodily requirements, but sloth to be the fulfill his Prabhupada missions. Another amazing quality of Maharaj is deep love for his disciples and devotees, and forgive all shortcomings and seek forgiveness for his errors committed by disciples and devotees. I also obtained a great realization from Maharaj's classes and lecture. Maharaj has the ability to make lectures in a simplified format for all us to understand the message of Krishna and Acharya. On this auspicious day, Maharaj, I would like to thank for all of your wonderful association and teaching upon me. I I seek your blessing that I'm able to serve Vaishnavas and Guru Krishna. Hare Krishna. So, Holiness BVV Narasimha Maharaj ki.
Thank you, Sri Chaitanya Prabhu. Next, we have His Grace Sri Vikram Prabhu to say a few words.
I remember with Sri Chaitanya Prabhu, sometimes we'd go for book distribution together. You know, I always thought I was a good book distributor until I went with him. He was really great. He could always distribute many more books than me. So I always remember him as a very wonderful book distributor. He has a lot of Shakti, and people really pick up on that. He was able to distribute a lot of books.
Vikram Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Krishna Narasimha BVV Narasimha Maharaj. Thank you, Maharaj. Today, we are to have three Maharajas coming to celebrate your 75th birthday. And today, the whole China, they have 4 internet broadcasts throughout China. So all your devotee will be celebration. So as you know, Maharaj are very humble humility. He is personified humble humility. And he is preaching in China. To preach in China is not easy, as Maharaj already said. And he is preaching very well. And the people there are really looking forward for him. And not even in China, in Malaysia also. So I hope Maharaj have a long life and also come to Malaysia to preach Malaysian Chinese. So I hope as the time goes, the Chinese will grow bigger and bigger. So please bless us that the Malaysian Chinese will slowly develop. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Yes, gradually the preaching is developing. We're seeing even Chinese people bringing their children here to Malaysia to get education. In Seremban, I think there's a couple of devotees there with children. There's another lady staying in Ipoh, brought her son to Malaysia. People very happy with the education in Malaysia. They think the schooling and the education fees are reasonable compared to China. So, and they're also able to be devotees, to have association with devotees here. So it's attractive for the Chinese devotees to come here. But actually Prabhupada said we should make devotees in Malaysia, train them up and send them to China. Prabhupada wrote a letter like that. He said, train them up and send them to China to preach. But now the Chinese, well, I guess you could see this effect. The Chinese are coming to Malaysia. So we hope we'll get more and more Chinese devotees.
Thank you, Trivikram Prabhu. Thank you, Guru Maharaj. Next segment, we are moving on to watching some video homages from international devotees. We have video from China by Yashoda Mai Devidasi Mataji, followed by video from Russia, prepared by Adri Dharana Prabhu. Next will be video from India, Thailand, Taiwan, and Mayapur.
And we are incredibly fortunate to hear the mercy and blessings of our dear Guru Maharaj. 祝您生日快乐，福如东海，少比南山，身体健康，传教士力。Hari Krishna Jai Guru Maharaj, this is the program for the sisters. BVV Vyasa Puja Jai Gurudev. This is from Balaram, from Ayodhya, Mahaprasad. So, BVV Narasimha Maharaj ki Jai.
我是加纳克达斯，祝薛勒国的Vyasa Puja快乐，身体健康，传教顺利。
我是小子的祝诸尊的Vyasa Puja生日快乐，身体健康，传教。我是巴黎马里戴维达斯，祝希腊Vyasa Puja快乐，祝你身体健康，传教顺利。我是达米沙马戴维达斯。 祝是对咕噜队Vyasa Puja快乐，身体健康，传教顺利。
Krishna， 我是Divasanta， 祝我的咕噜队Vyasa Puja生日快乐，身体健康，传教顺利。还有Krishna。
我是加纳尼的维达西，祝咕噜队Vyasa Puja生日快乐，身体健康，传教顺利。Hare Krishna。
这是毛分达，祝咕噜队Vyasa Puja生日快乐，身体健康，传教顺利。Hare Krishna。
我是武汉的加狗伦达德维大喜，祝利辛哈咕噜马哈拉贾Vyasa快乐，身体健康，传教顺利。
我是基本人大德维大喜，祝咕噜队Puja生日快乐，身体健康，传教顺利。
你的夫人在2024年庆祝你出家的节日里，祝你身体永远健康、快乐、平安，传教顺利，长寿无损。
我是蒂拉伊巴萨，祝我们对Vyasa Puja生日快乐，身体健康，传教。
Krishna， 希勒咕噜队好。 祝你生日快乐，身体健康，我们也是他的好。
Hare Krishna， 我是洛克蒙拉维达西，祝咕噜队Puja快乐，身体健康，传教顺利。Hare Krishna。我是南市的维达西，祝石油队Vyasa Puja生日快乐，身体健康，传销顺利。我是巴萨姆的维达西。
小狗看了高树叶，我祝咕噜队Vyasa生日快乐，身体健康，平平安安，传教顺利。Hare Krishna， Hare Krishna， Krishna Hare Hare， Hare Rama， Hare Hare。
祝咕噜队Vyasa Puja生日快 乐，身体健康，传教顺利。
我是萨巴拉姆的伊达西，祝乌里瓦维亚萨普贾生日快乐，身体健康，传教顺利。
我是乌特拉雷维达西，祝咕噜对维亚萨普贾生日快乐，身体健康，传教顺利。
我是维达巴迪的维达西，祝咕噜对维亚萨普贾生日快乐，身体健康，传教顺利。
给拜锅有这个良好的师兄弟们，祝姑姑对维亚萨普家生日快乐，身体健康，传教顺利。哈利克什纳，
哈利克什纳，我是施曼，祝姑姑对维亚萨普贾快乐，身体健康，传教顺利。
我是巴台的大姐，祝姑姑对维亚萨普贾生日快乐，身体健康，传教顺利。
亲爱的师兄们、姑姑们，祝您生
日快乐，福如东来，寿比南山。
Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept our humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Please accept our offering and your gasoline. Thank you for your care and instructions. We will do our best to follow it better and better, and help others to do it by your mercy. We wish you good health, our dear Guru Maharaj.
So please give us your mercy. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much. Happy Vyasa Puja. We wish you a lot from Bangkok. Hare Krishna.
Happy Vyasa Puja. We wish you a lot. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj, Tanvat Pranam, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Happy Vyasa Puja. Please take care Guru Maharaj. Wish you all the very best. Your servant Ananda Vrindavan Devi Das. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj, Happy Vyasa Puja.
Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj, Happy Vyasa Puja.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj, Happy Vyasa Puja. Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj, Happy Vyasa Puja.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj, Happy Vyasa Puja.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj, Happy Vyasa Puja.
Hare Krishna Gurudev, Happy Vyasa Puja.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj, Happy Vyasa Puja. Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj, Happy Vyasa Puja.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj, Happy Vyasa Puja, Guru Maharaj. Happy you getting well always. Hare Krishna.
Please accept my humble obeisances, Guru Maharaj. Please always bless me and thank you for everything. Happy Vyasa Puja, Guru Maharaj.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj. Please accept my humble obeisances.
我敬爱的灵修法师代华人过新年前夕，故而祝您生日快乐，身体健康。
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj. Praise the Lord Krishna to you, the good health and long life, so you can remain and deliver mercy to all the generations of us on earth. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj. Wishing you a very, very happy Vyasa Puja. Wishing you all the happiness.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Maharaj, 我是Yoganandas。
Hare Krishna, Maharaj, 你好，我是Jundaliliya Devdasi。
我们祝福 Maharaj 生日快乐。
祝福 Maharaj 生日快乐，福如东海，寿比南山。Vyasa Puja ki jai. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna。
Haribol， Guru 你好，祝您生日快乐，我们都很想念你哦。Hare Krishna。
Hare Krishna, Vyasa Puja 生日快乐！祝福你喜欢玩儿季老师，福如东海，寿比南山，身体健康强壮。每个想青蛙级上去爱老师，期待老师赶快回来台湾。Hare Krishna， 祝福老师。
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj， 我是 Amy， 祝你Vyasa Puja开心快乐哦。
As an unalloyed and confidential servitor of the Lord and Srila Prabhupada, Srila Gurudev possesses the divine qualities of a pure devotee and attracts the heart of Krishna above else. Srila Rupa Goswami has described the ecstatic symptoms experienced by such pure devotees, and we see those so naturally in Srila Gurudev. Srila Gurudev is extremely tolerant and forgiving. His compassion knows no boundaries. Maharaj does not waste even a moment and uses all his time to serve the Lord. Completely detached from material possessions, he is indifferent to them. He is free from false prestige, expert in giving all respect to others. He has all hope in Lord's mercy and gives everyone the same hope. Srila Gurudev has intense eagerness to achieve the supreme perfection of life. He has intense taste in chanting the holy names. His heart and his hands naturally go to the feedback as soon as he finds a moment. He also has great attachment to describe the qualities and pastimes of the Lord. Srila Gurudev has great eagerness to reside in the holy dham. We feel very safe and sheltered at the lotus feet of our Srila Gurudev. Srila Gurudev ki jai.
love you. We miss you. Please come soon.
Happy Krishna Concepts Vyasa Puja. Hare Krishna Maharaj, wish you happy Vyasa Puja.
Happy Krishna Concepts Hare Maharaj.
Happy Vyasa Puja Maharaj.
Maharaj for your kind and loving association to all of us.
You are very doubtful, Maharaj. You are very strong in Sadhana, Maharaj. You are very grateful, Maharaj. You are very determined, Maharaj. You are very dedicated, Maharaj. You are very loving, Maharaj. You are very kind to everyone, Maharaj. You are gentleman, Maharaj. You are austere, Maharaj. You are very compassionate, Maharaj. You are very responsible, Maharaj. You are very respectful, Maharaj. You are very active, Maharaj. Your smile is transcendental, Maharaj. You are very charitable, Maharaj. You are very merciful, Maharaj.
May Krishna bless us all with your loving association always, Maharaj. His Holiness BVV Narasimha Maharaj, 75th Vyasa Puja Mahotsav ki Jai.
Hello, Hare Krishna. We thank for all the video offerings from international devotees. So we are now moving to segment homage offering from Malaysia congregation. We would like to start with Tribuna Prabhu from Tolu.
Today's 75th Vyasa Puja offering in conjunction with Vasanta Panchami Tithi, today 14 February 2024. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimati Swami Bhakti Vinarsimha Narasimha Namine. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Namine. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharini Nirvishesha Sumnavadi Pasatya Desatarini. Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Please accept my most humble obeisances, Guru Maharaj. All glories to Sri Guru, Srila Prabhupada and Sri Gauranga. Firstly, wishing Guru Deva a very blissful and Guru Krishna blessed 75th Vyasa Puja prayers for good health shall enhance Srila Prabhupada's mission all over the world. I am feeling very much fortunate and obliged to Srila Gurudev for accepting this unqualified fallen disciple who patiently waited for more than 7 years in Bhakti Mandir in late 1990s. As an unqualified disciple of Gurudeva, very much obliged in instructions either direct or indirect, intimately abiding with prominence. Though having nature of close observance, understanding surroundings, situations, acts rightfully and thoughtfully in order to benefit all as Paradukaduki. In such manner, deeply inclined to Krishna consciousness by true prominence and guidance of Sadhu Shastra Gurus, strongly believe spiritual masters' relationship is very intimate, and at times of conflicts arose in my mind, Gurudeva calls and inquires situations though substantial consciousness reciprocates. Great Gurudeva truly demonstrate what is prescribed in Bhagavad Gita Sloka 5.18, Pandita Samadarshinaha, the humble sage by virtue of true knowledge, see with equal vision a learned and gentle Brahmana, a cow and an elephant, a dog and a dog eater. Always inquire, even from distance, and seeks welfare of all devotees regardless of its diversity. Most thoughtful towards Gurudeva guidance and instructions, brought up both the kids in proper Krishna consciousness with current state serving ISKCON, particularly Todu, as grown adults. there are in conditions, situation, times, even non-denial facts, some impediments and struggles upon devotional services. The rightful thoughts and little sincerity and honesty, abiding to Guru Krishna direction, overcoming those impediments, eventually towards intimate devotional service unto the lotus feet of Sri Guru Krishna. In the very northern region visiting in Penang, Gurudeva feeling unwell made us very much worried upon recovery. We as disciples did our level best upon recovery. Gurudeva immediately engaged in the teaching mission. Even in partial recovery, was worrying us because of the limitation of material body conditions. Even an exemplary devotee such as Gurudeva, it doesn't deserve. Nevertheless, our services limitations, setbacks, serving Vapu diligently and intimately with strife through Vani to further improve our setbacks in the near future. As a conditioned soul still struggles to progress in Krishna consciousness, nevertheless feel fortunate by spiritual masters' blessing and guidance with sincere endeavor, able to understand through Sadhu Shastra Guru guiding principles for eventual progress in Krishna consciousness. To our observations, Gurudeva is Shastra-centric and always emphasizes reading Srila Prabhupada books, made inclined towards reading the scriptures. It is not impossible for a sincere disciple striving forward by direction of a spiritual master with prominent saying, a blind able to cross an ocean and a limb able to cross the highest mountain. Last and not the least, as a disciple of Gurudeva, truly convinced upon recital of Guru Vandana, in third line that Chakudan Diloje Janme Janme Prabhu se Divijan Hridya Prakasito Krema Bhakti Jaha Hoite Avidya Vinasa Jate Vediga Jahara Charito. Gurudeva opened my darkened eyes and fills my heart with transcendental knowledge. Gurudeva is my Lord, birth after birth. From Gurudeva, ecstatic prema emanates by Gurudeva. Ignorance is destroyed. The Vedic scriptures sing of Gurudeva character. As a Deva disciple, trying level best, abiding with Gurudeva guidance, teaching exemplary and set precedent, striving to advance in Krishna consciousness. By this mindful thought, concluding my homage offering here Gurudeva. Hare Krishna. His Holiness Srila BVV Narasimha Maharaj 75th Vyasa Puja celebration ki jai. Ananda Kodi Vaishnava ki jai. Vancha kalpataru vyasa kripa sindhu eva cha patitanam pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo namo namah.
Thank you, Tribuna Prabhu. We would like to apologize that due to time constraint, we are cutting down many homage offerings, so we are narrowing it down to representative from each region. So now we have His Grace Ramu Tulsi Prabhu from ISKCON Tebrau, followed by Her Grace Damayanti Mataji from ISKCON Melaka, and from SGM here we have Yashoda Mai Mataji, Nitai Priya Mataji, and finally Sri Devi Gaurangi Mataji from ISKCON Tebrau.
Guru Maharaj, Swami Bhakti BVV my nominee. Home, Bhakti Vedanta Swami nominee. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gaura Audit Society. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Vancha Kalpataru Vyasa Puja Aditanam Pavanebhyo Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj. Please my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to Guru and Gauranga. By your pure teaching, I can understand that I am not this body made of material elements. By your pure teaching, I can understand that the perfection of my life is 10% engaged in the service of the absolute truth. Lord Sri Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. By your shining example, you show us how to be fixed in the service of Guru, the pure representative for Lord Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. There are so many ways which which I can glorify you so many ways that you but me in the ecstasy of your mercy, chanting your holy name and dancing. Because of you, fallen souls like me got the Krishna consciousness and understand the purpose of life. Throughout your life, you have taught how one can learn process of devotional service and how to develop loving relationship with Lord Sri Krishna. Oh, my dear spiritual master, you never preach for the sake of getting money or other material benefit. You are always dedicated and spend your entire life on Lord Sri Krishna. My family and me are eternally indebted to you for your causeless mercy, compassion and love. Please bless us that we may always hear your lecture all sincerity. Thank you very much, Gurudeva. All glories to your divine lotus feet. I pray that you will not give up on me as I struggle to make progress. You are always my well-wisher and I am eternally grateful for your kindness. Your servant Ram Tulsidas and Sarva Mangala Saraswati Devi Dasi.
Happy 75th Vyasa Puja Maharaj. I actually don't speak very well, but I'm feeling so blessed actually to be given the opportunity to talk on behalf of the Melaka congregation. We are very much blessed to have you here. We would like to serve you as much as we can. And actually, I was very much connected to you, and I know you love reading as well. I have a passion of reading as well, so I want to read as much book as you. But I think I don't have that good memory of yours. Please also bless all the devotees here, so that we could keep our vows, fulfill our vows, and be. Bring our devotion unconditionally. Maharaj, I don't have any other valuable gift to give you other than my undivided devotion to Krishna and Srila Prabhupada's moods and vision. So, Jai Srila Prabhupada ki and Jai Guru Maharaj ki. Hari Bol.
I first met Guru Maharaj in my house, my BVV Narasimha program. When I first saw him, when I entered the house, with a smiling face, then when he smiled, I also smiled. And then when he did, see my author, then she asked me a question in Mandarin. I said, I'm very surprised, because the Guru Maharaj can speak Mandarin. So for me, it's a very, in my heart, I said, I think this is my Guru Maharaj, future. So I now become a Guru Maharaj. It's very fortunate. So during the COVID time in 4 years time, so that 4 years I listened to the Zoom class of Guru Maharaj. So it's like that 4 years like a sunshine to me. I feel really, I learned a lot from Guru Maharaj. So I'm very happy. So I'm very happy at that 4 years, although it's COVID time. So I learned a lot. So I will try to become a better disciple of Guru Maharaj.
So this opportunity that Yasuda Mayu Mataji was saying is like Shri Guru Abstrakta, 8th verse, Yasa Prasada Bhagavad Prasado, Yasa Prasada Asukutomi,
be. By the mercy of the spiritual master, one is benedicted by in the mercy of Krishna. Without the mercy of the spiritual master, we cannot make any advancement. So I just want to relate back. During COVID, I also had the opportunity to argue with Guru Maharaj. I love egg sandwich. I love omelette. I love what do you call this, bullseye, eggs bullseye. Yeah, I tell Guru Maharaj, the eggs is not fertilized, so I'm not killing anybody. What's the problem? And can you guess what Guru Maharaj said? Jolene, you don't need to eat the chicken's menstruation waste. Alright, so in this way, the spiritual master brings Krishna's mercy and he delivered the mercy of Krishna. We love you very much, Guru Maharaj. You are our spiritual father.
So 我祝 Guru Maharaj 福如东海，寿比南山，身体健康。
Alright, sorry. Furu Dong Hai means happiness as great as the East Sea.
寿比南山
means and live long as the South Mountain.
Yashodamai Maraji is from the Yong family, married into the Yong family. Her husband passed away a few years ago. Her husband is also initiated. Anyway, Yashodamai now travels with Trivikram Prabhu when they go to China. She's been to China a few times and preached there. She's also published a nice book about vegetarian cooking, introducing Chinese people to how to make korma in Colombo and curry. Chinese people don't know about curries, so she published a nice vegetarian book. And Nitai Priya was helping her. Nitai Priya is from, originally from Taiping. Her father is well known to the devotees there for many years. Been associated with the Taiping devotees, and we'd always see him at Rath Yatra time. So Nitai Priya now she's a professor in Kuala Lumpur, and she's also active devotee, helping to develop our Chinese congregation. So Krishna is sending more and more nice Chinese devotees to help us to develop Krishna consciousness. So how much easier it is for you to become Krishna conscious. If the Chinese devotees can also take it up, then it's so easy for all of you who are born in in Hindu families. You have the birthright. So you should also take it very seriously and dedicate your life for the service of Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you, Srila Guru Maharaj, on this auspicious 75th Vyasa Puja. May I humbly offer my homage to Guru Maharaj. I am immensely grateful for all the guidance Guru Maharaj is giving me, whether directly in personal communication or indirectly in the numerous online classes, both in the discourse itself and in the question and answer sessions. A few days after all my scan and biopsy reports came back, I learned that my illness, for which I was in remission for 6 to 7 years, had made a comeback, this time regionally metastasized. I was not shocked with the diagnosis and took the news calmly. However, unlike in the 2 previous occasions, this time I had to overcome my fears and anxieties. I felt the illness had finally caught up with me and was a grim reminder of my limited time on earth. I was very anxious to share it with Guru Maharaj as I needed Guru Maharaj's spiritual guidance and support to face this situation. Knowing fully well Guru Maharaj's busy preaching engagements, I was glad I could speak to Guru Maharaj on the phone. Guru Maharaj asked me if I was in any pain and inquired of the events leading up to the diagnosis. Guru Maharaj shared with me what he would do if he were to be in such a situation. And Guru Maharaj asked me if I was making the decision regarding any medical treatment individually or with family considerations. Then Guru Maharaj told me that it's up to the individual to make medical decisions regarding treatment with family considerations. Ironically, it was liberating and satisfying to hear Guru Maharaj tell me that some people leave earlier, some later. As a practitioner of sadhana bhakti in the line of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, this is the truth we are trained to understand in all of Guru Maharaj's classes. This material world is not our place to be in. Guru Maharaj was so compassionate in telling me that following the prayers done for Srila Prabhupada, I could also pray, Dear Lord Krishna, if you so desire, please cure me. Guru Maharaj's soothing words that chanting Hare Krishna is in itself a prayer. We should carry on with our hearing, chanting and devotional services forever etched in my heart. I'm also grateful I had the opportunity to render some cooking service for Guru Maharaj in his recent visit to KL, where I could relish his divine transcendental association and increase my gratitude. In the course of our conversation, Guru Maharaj asked me again if I was in any pain, and as I was leaving, encouragingly told me, "You have been through this before." I think Guru Maharaj was seeing beyond the illness, and I could feel more intensely the Supreme Lord's arrangement in relation to my spiritual master's teachings. When Guru Maharaj told me that my kind of illness was the anxiety of the mind, I could identify with it very well, as I know that a confluence of events in my life have culminated in this unfortunate state. All the classes I had been listening to and fervently taking notes of are a preparation for my final exam, attaining the lotus feet of Lord Krishna and the glorious path to Goloka Vrindavan. On another note, Guru Maharaj advised me to have a compassionate heart and not be critical of family members. Guru Maharaj also mentioned that it's no fault of mine that my family is not Krishna conscious, as they have free will whether to take up Krishna consciousness. Hence, I must leave it up to Krishna. Then everything will be revealed in the course of time. Although I have so many disqualifications, by the causeless mercy of the Supreme Lord, I have been blessed to have Guru Maharaj compassionate, instructive and loving care at all phases of my devotional life. I fervently pray at the dust of Guru Maharaj's lotus feet to follow Guru Maharaj's transcendental teachings of seeing everything in relation to Krishna, recognizing how Krishna is in the heart of everyone, enjoying in connection to Krishna as he is the supreme enjoyer who enjoys supremely. I am eternally indebted, lifetime after lifetime, to Guru Maharaj for everything. I humbly pray Srila Guru Maharaj receives many unlimited showers of blessings from their lordships, Sri Radha Madhava, Sri Nitai Gauranga, and Srila Prabhupada for continued preaching in good health. Your most insignificant, unworthy, humble servant, Sri Devi Gaurangi Devi Das.
Thank you, Sri Devi Gaurangi Mataji. She's a very nice lady. She's a retired professor from the university. She was in the linguistics department, and she's published literature, published books. Now she's dedicated full-time to Krishna consciousness. And she holds online classes. She has a few people with her regularly every week, and she's reading Prabhupada's books and teaching them Krishna consciousness. Just very nice. She's from Klang, connected with this from Klang. Very nice to work with. Thank you.
Hare Krishna. I couldn't say no to Hari Govinda Prabhu and his good wife Lalita Mataji.
they came to me and said that they wanted to speak for 1.5 minutes. So we will give them the opportunity.
我们以恭诚的心礼拜Guru Maharaj Srila Prabhupada 的荣耀。这里有我们2位，祝Guru Maharaj生日快乐，身体健康。这一生我们最幸福的、最幸运的是认识了老师。 我们会好好向老师学习您的智慧，请老师放心，我们透过视频来聆听您的教导，聆听您的知识，感恩老师你辛苦了，谢谢，感恩。
Hare Krishna, Lolita Govinda Madhava Prabhu from Ipoh. They come to Krishna consciousness recently. They're very nice. They were practicing Krishna consciousness without the ISKCON, without the non-GBC people. But they came into ISKCON and they've taken initiation, and now they're very nice. And they're helping in Ipoh to try to cultivate more Chinese people.
Sorry, Krishna. Sorry. So Hare Krishna, we're coming to close to the conclusion of today's event. We have kept to the time, but I'm so sorry for maybe offending many of my God siblings for not, inviting them to the dais to offer their homage to Guru Maharaj. But I know that they have a very big heart and they will all forgive me. You're crying, Jagannath Prabhu? You want 2 minutes? And Guru Maharaj would be offering Bhoga to Srila Prabhupada, and while that is going on, we will also have Kirtan. But before that, 2 minutes for Jagannath Prabhu. Hey, quite the end, nah. Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj. Louder. Didn't prepare anything. So I would like to wish you a happy Vyasa Puja.
Mike, closer. Evo.
Okay, time up.
You missed a golden opportunity, Jagannath. Next year. Okay, so once again, I sincerely apologize. We had a long list of devotees who had expressed a sincere desire to offer your homage, but because of time constraint, we couldn't do it. So thank you very much for your understanding. Guru Maharaj is now offering Bhoga to Srila Prabhupada, and immediately after that we will have Pushpanjali. Srila Prabhupada, Guru Maharaj also insisted that Pushpanjali is offered to Srila Prabhupada only. Yes. Okay. And then I leave that to you. And then will be Guru Puja.
We just counted, there's 286 offerings. I hope you're hungry.
286 offerings ki. All the Mataji's ki. And a few Prabhu's ki. So Pushpanjali mantras will be recited by Sudarshan Prabhu, and Guru Mastakam Arati will be recited by Kripa Sindhu Prabhu. And requesting the Kirtan team to continue after the Guru Mastakam too. After that, continue with a series of recitals. Thank you. His Holiness Janananda Goswami Guru Maharaj will be reciting the Pushpanjali.
Letukillamaa camera gini kan. Ini warm aja
286 preparations. 286, give or take one or two. I think maybe somebody took one or two. Did you take them?
Sansardava nalalita loka pranayuka runda bhana
Can't do the Pushpanjali until all the prasadam is taken away. You have to take all the tables away. Here on the kirtan.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
No, we can't start the Pushpanjali as long as the cake is there. So I think the cake cutting is going to be first. You have to depend upon the cooperation of the Swami. Yeah, that'll take you 1 minute. You can cut. One's cut already. So there's 4 still cut. So it won't take you long, Raj. Just go for it.
I'm not going to cook it there.
Come on. Oh, you're lazy man. I'm going to say how busy you are and enthusiastic you are. Come on, let's see your enthusiasm. Let's see your true humility and enthusiasm. Okay, I'm not going to cut. What type of humility is this? That's already cut.
How are you going to get out?
Here's this one. That's the grand finale. You start with the little ones and then work up to the giant. Haribo!
Hare Krishna, Hare to you, Hare Krishna to you, Hare Krishna to Guru Maharaj, Hare Krishna to you.
Krishna to you. Srila Vyasa Puja of His Holiness BVV Narasimha Maharaj Gurudev ke. Sri Vyasa Puja Mahamotsav ke. ISKCON Guru Vrind ke. Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ke. Gita Gaur Premanande Hari 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 Bol. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama.
Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Today we got 5 to 5:30. The bus will be here by 5 o'clock, 5:30. We're going for Harinam. That's our Melaka village. So just two representatives here to go to guide us to cover the entire. That's 2 in 1. One is Harinam and same time we are going to visit the village. But just recently the one of the temple Kumbhabhishan is completed. So that also we can cover that area. I think that's a few places. The Harinam will take about 1 hour only. Before 7 we're going to end Harinam and the packed lunch will be prasadam will be provided at that area. So as I told just now, we got 5 people already completed our Bhakti Sastri. So we want to hand over the certificate. Guru Maharaj will be hand over the certificate to the participants. The first, Mohandas Prabhu. Namaste Mataji. Syama Prakash Das, Vani Sujata, Mataji, and the last, Vaibhava Vishal Prabhu. Thank you very much, Maharaj and all our devotees here. I hope all enjoy and have a good day today. So prasadam still served. Maharaj will be going for the first floor for having his prasadam. Hare Krishna.